good. Good to know. All right, I'll see you
Cool to
over
meet you
there.
accidentally here. I'll see you
Yeah,
around.
yeah, yeah. All right, well, hopefully I'll see you Sunday. All right?
Yeah, I'll see you Sunday.
All right, peace. All right. You guys heard all that? That's hilarious. Let's do this thing. What's up, world? How's it going, folks? So I'm trying to figure out where's my moving background? My awesome moving background. I think the issue is some drive got unplugged and things got moved around. But we're live officially, and so I better say some things to kind of keep it moving while I multitask. Welcome to Theory Underground, everybody. My name is David McCarricker, and what I'm about to do is just engage with the chat a little bit and also just kind of say some stuff I'm thinking about, you know? Kind of like a streamer or something. I don't know. Let me know how you're all doing in the chat. Looks like we've got Weird Solowski in here. We got Ann Snellgrove McCarricker. Got H. Astley. We got Ash Tabula Reviews. And it looks like H. Astley knows about what's left from back in the day. Well, that's pretty cool. It was created by a man named Adam. Hello, Tyranno. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the right background set up. I don't want to distract myself right now, so I'm just going to get to it. So, what's up, everybody? Look, I got a new hat. It's it's like the blue stripe for the cops or the red stripe for the firefighters. Why is there a piece of this hat that's like sticking out? I just bought it and it's like already got like these little threads showing, these little green threads. That's not good. Here's a trick. If anybody needs to know what the trick is, you just burn those little threads off and it should be good. I got a couple that are still black, so I'm gonna go ahead and just, give them a dye job. Oh, good as new. I mean, it is new. So yeah, I'm just gonna warm up the stream before we get going with the What's Right episode, followed by a Why Left episode. So I'll say a few things about that for those people who don't know. What's Right is a new podcast that I'm doing with Ann Snellgrove McCarricker, my wife. And Why Left, obviously, I've been doing with Benjamin Studebaker for a while, a couple months. So at this point, everybody should be well enough aware. Why Us is what I'm doing with Nance Gavin Nance Reduda. 3 billion Nances on YouTube, and whatever he is on Substack, I'm pretty sure it's just Nance, but he's the one who was supposed to be here. I'm not exactly. I think he said evening would have worked, but we ended up not getting on the same page as far as all that is concerned, and so I'm pretty much just gonna focus on hanging out, warming up the stream, showing off my hat, which instead of a blue or red line through the American flag, it's a yellow line. It's a reflector vest line for workers, highway workers, construction workers, the backbone of the country. or whatever. Yeah, so that's a pretty cool hat. Never see. I know the moment I saw it, I was like, I got to get that hat. So there you go. How's it going, everybody? Have you guys seen the second anniversary MSU Part 2 that happened a few days ago? Let's pull it up so you guys know what I'm talking about in case you don't. I'm going to do a quick little overview of some of the stuff that has happened recently, some stuff that you might have missed out on. Shout out to Anne, who said that, she made a joke. She said that this is, instead of why us, which is what it would have been if I was doing it with Nance, she said that this is why me. Yeah. Why me? Welcome to Why Me with David McCarricker. It's me and my own thing. I like to do stuff with co-hosts. I hate to do stuff with just me because then it's just like either I just imagine some other that I'm talking to or I actually engage the chat. And because I don't like to engage the chat too often, then I just engage with some imaginary other. And I guess I could name a person. Maybe I could dedicate the rest of this stream to a person and then I'll just talk to that person. But yeah, there's something interesting about the other. And it's something that I've been trying to theorize for a few years. I'm really interested in the way that the concrete other is so important for Levinas versus the big other, so important for Lacan. Of course, he's also got his little object, a little other, objet a. And then there's actual other people. And people generally think of other, at least in this world of theory, in terms of, I guess, new left terms of marginalized other, vulnerable other, oppressed other, all these others that are presupposing some kind of a healthy, functional, or just majority or middle way or institutional matrix that just needs to make a little adjustment here and a little adjustment there. That way it'll work out for those who've been left out. It always kind of presupposes speakers and thinkers who think the world is really actually great, except for those who've been marginalized from the thing that they have access to. It's interesting. It's a really interesting, weird way of trying to legitimate the system without actually meaning to, while at the same time covering up the more noxious things that it does, not to those who are marginalized, but to literally everyone. Got a bunch of Argentinians in the chat. What the hell? Yo, welcome, welcome. The Towel of Minerva. Never early. 2 streams. This is cool. Do you mean 2 streams or too early? Podcasting under the gaze of the Owl of Minerva? In a sort of sense, it's inevitable. But are you talking about this bad boy? It's amazing. Owl. Listen to it. Oh. Can you actually hear that? No, my noise suppression is so good you can't hear it. But it's like metallic or like I guess almost like kind of like porcelain or something. I don't really know. It's like, is it stone? Like whatever it's made out of though. It's amazing. The bottom is made of wood and the top is made of rock. And it's quite the owl. Yeah, we can call him the Owl of Minerva. I never gave him a name. I picked him up a long time ago from a thrift store for like $3. I was like, that's cool. What was I going to show you all? Oh yeah. Let's hey, let's set up a proper scene here and actually show you guys something. What'll happen if I do this? Let's see. One sec. Let me move a couple things around. Duplicate this and that. And here we go. Watch how fast this is, everybody. I think I want to complain a little bit today about trying to do something that's not working. But I don't know what kind of stream this is going to be. I don't know if I'm going to complain or not. All right, here you go. There you go. You see that? It's Google. We're on Google now. Good job, everybody. We're on Google. What do we want to do while we're on Google, huh? We're going to go to Theory Underground on YouTube. I guess I can kind of complain about what I want to complain about because it kind of takes us to the YouTube channel. You know what I mean? Let's do it like that. But here, let me give you all the desk view. Let's see if I can do the desk view. Let's see. Scene, camera 2. I never just dick around on stream, but I kind of want to today because the original plan is off, but I just wanted to be here. I wanted to do something. So let's see. I think I could do it like this. Watch this here. Whoop. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. That's a great question, Scott. That is a great question. There we go. So, I've been tripping out over the fact that we apparently have more than just a couple people who really listen to the podcast. And I've been trying to figure out what to do about it for a long time because the podcast has always been a bit more of an afterthought. My enjoyment is not wrapped up in podcasting at all. And so far it's all right, you know. It's got a reach of some sort. Some people follow it pretty seriously. But it drives me crazy because a lot of the stuff that's on there, it's like I think I know what's on there, but then later I find out some really important episode didn't go up. So on the second anniversary, part 2 of the M-Stew that happened during Limbo Week, the one that was called, what? It's called like Death Drive versus Love Drive or whatever. Let's pull it up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. If you go down here, oh, look at that, we're live. Go to videos. Zoom out. Yeah, it's one where we talk about Bob Dylan's Death Drive, Plato and Lacan versus Deleuze. You see all that? It's right here. I uploaded that to the podcast today. Pretty sure. Uploaded that today. But that was the end of this M-Stew. The one that's got 2,200 views right now, streamed 4 days ago. The one that's called Nature, Death Drive, Love, and 2025. Lacan x Plato x Deleuze. Yeah. Hands up in chat if you saw that. Anne's doing, I think you should leave quotes in the chat. It's the only way to make me laugh is with that show. So, yeah. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, I think it was, I did this stream after Christmas. I took off Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after Christmas, which a lot of people call Boxing Day. I just took that time off. I was just doing my own thing and hanging out with family. And then I came back and did a live stream, all thanks to Nance's computer. You know, he ran it from Phoenix. We only had a couple of lag issues. And that was probably one of the coolest streams of the year. It was a collaboration only with the people who are like core teaching team or like core podcast for 2025. There's a lot of other stuff we're going to be doing in 2025 and a lot of other people that we're working with. But that, like, I don't know. It just felt cool to do like an 8-hour stream that was just working with the people that I really wanted to talk to immediately about like the main through line here at Theory Underground. And since that time, I've gotten message from people who are like following the podcast. I've been messaged by people who are following the Substack. I've been messaged by people who are following everything but that stream. And we tried to speak in a way that really like laid the basis for the year, and it's all very important and stuff. But then I realized the people who are just doing the podcast, they just think that it'll come out on podcasts. And it's like 4 days later, I have 130,000 things to do over here that are really big priorities. And I'm like, yeah, we recorded so many episodes in those 8 hours. Those are not on the podcast. Those are on YouTube. Those will get to the podcast, but that requires me doing it. And if it doesn't require me doing it, it requires me working with somebody else and getting them to do it. And working with someone else and getting them to do it is worse than me doing it. Because it's all my ADHD plus theirs. And then instead of doing it when I can, I'm doing it when they can plus I can, which is less likely than just when I can't. You know what I mean? Like there's so many added layers of complexity when you try to bring other people in on something. But Theory Underground is in a place right now where that's what's going on in terms of expansion. I've kind of held back on publishing a lot of the back catalog because I'm hoping that I really can train somebody to take over that. So we have an interview with somebody tomorrow for the now regularly occurring meetings. We went 2 years without meetings. 2 years. No regrets. I've enjoyed those 2 years of no meetings. But now there's regularly occurring meetings to help kind of consolidate, streamline, and prioritize certain things and get some other people on the wavelength in a way that really paves the way forward, I feel like. The intention of doing everything myself was a response to my frustrations with leftists, to my frustrations with anarchists, to my frustrations with horizontalists, to my frustrations with people who came to a book discussion group and then thought that they had some right to something about the process because they showed up for a free thing and thought, well, because I'm here, I'm entitled to have a say because they want to treat the stuff I organize like it's some kind of a anarchist commune, like they're going to turn it into Chaz or whatever. And like, I just hated it. I hated all that. It's just stupid. The people who do the most are the people who say should matter more. And democracy is a sham. I don't understand why people care about it and what it has to do with anything, really. I guess there's just like something deep in the American spirit that's like, yeah, well, if something's happening where there's communication and speaking, well, then I better be able to have a voice there, or it's fascism. But it's like, yeah, okay, but it's like there's a specific task for this project, and you're only here for a moment, and so you're missing like everything. And so trying to figure out how to get people on the wavelength, show people how to actually participate, show people how they can meaningfully collaborate or intervene, showing people how they can get on the wavelength and so that we can have some kind of a real dialogue, much less real disagreements. That's all kind of part of the project, part of the process, part of what we're thinking about, right? And the working alone, I was saying it was out of frustrations, but it was also out of necessity because every time anybody else has ever been excited to do something that I'm excited to do, they can't match me in intensity for very long, or they only match me on specific kinds of tasks or specific things, you know. And it turns out Theory Underground's a lot more things than just the interviews or the MSTUs or the courses or the seminars. There's a whole bunch of other kinds of things. And so it's like when the show's over and the lights go out, I'm still here for an hour and a half tidying up and cleaning up and making sure that things go up and go out and that the episodes will be available and following up with people doing aftercare and touching base and making sure people are in the loop on this or that. And it's a lot of juggling. And it's why I made the joke at TUCon when I said that when I was growing up, I always wanted to have a wizard staff. Now I only want to have Adorno's staff. Because he had a staff, he had a secretary, he had people who did, he had servants. Like servants. Can you imagine having servants? What? What a world. Yo, Swole Terry's in the chat. Good to see you. Oh, look at that. A person trying to give me advice. Bye. Whoops, wrong person. Wait. What's going on here? Come on, chat. Everyone else is saying stuff and then retracting stuff. I thought I retracted something someone said. Ashley, can you tell me a little bit about the New Orleans accident or incident? What happened? Is this the Tesla that blew up, or is this the person that drove into the crowd, or is this the shooting? I mean, what's going? So much stuff is happening. I just keep hearing about stuff. I'm not looking. I haven't been like paying attention for a few days. 74% of you said yay, so that's really good news. 74% of you said yay. 19% of you said yay. 6% of you said yay. Looks like yay wins. Okay, and what's that mean? Brigantia? And you shouldn't dignify a person like that with a response. Anybody who's going to tell me how to do things just doesn't get a response. Come on, chat. You want to fight? Let's go. Yeah, my news resolution is to be nicer to the chat. But I think the best way to do that is just to ignore it, like Benjamin says. It's a lot easier. Because if you see something, you want to talk about it. This is like you're a human being. Like that's what it is. Anyway, so yeah. What am I trying to show you all on the channel here? I guess I was just saying that this stream was freaking amazing.
This postmodern, and once again.
Oh, there we go. Now we've got Nance on. So yeah, if I scroll down though, I want to first of all show you. Look, 131 likes, 2,200 views. We weren't trying to just like bring on a bunch of famous people and signal boost them. This is just the teaching team here at TU for 8 hours, and it was killer. So first, honestly, if you didn't see it already, stop watching this and go watch it right now. But specifically one part of it, this part right here. The other episodes can go up later, but this one right here, it's at 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 9 seconds. If you click on that.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
And I'm David McCarricker. You're listening to Why Left.
So today on Why Left, we're going to talk a bit about the 12. I'm doing this course for Theory Underground.
So this is where he talks about the 12 political theorists that Benjamin will be teaching throughout 2025. And I talk about the 12 fundamental concepts, questions, and problems at Theory Underground, right? There's not a school of thought or a discipline if it doesn't have fundamental problems, questions, concepts, You have to understand how they relate to one another. And of course, there's also operating assumptions and texts and fields that pertain more than others. And that's all part of what we have to get to the bottom of. And basically, in this episode, you find out Benjamin's rationale about why he picked the 12 thinkers he picked. You also find out about my sort of rationale for how all the courses and seminars at TU fit together. And so it's very cool. But basically, I got emails from people. This is what I was saying earlier. I got emails from people who didn't get the memo here. And those people are wondering how to get involved. Those people are wondering where to get started. Those people are wondering, like, how do I buy a course? And if you watch this segment, then it should be pretty clear. It's all through the subscriptions. Mikey's Sublime Object of Ideology course that he's teaching at the end of February. That course will be an intensive, short course. It's not all year long. It's something people would have to pay for separately. But outside of that one, everything else is going to be a part of the subscribers, just packaged, like what you get as a subscriber. So you want access to the 12 political theorists that Benjamin's teaching, the 12 fundamental problems, questions, etc., that I'm teaching, which would also draw heavily on Heidegger and Marx and Levinas and Bourdieu, etc., etc. Not to mention Nina Power and her intro to, I don't know if we should call it an intro, but it's the philosophy of nature, right? Mikey's just doing his seminar and a couple of intensive short courses, but subscribers also get access to his intro to Zizek and his intro to land playlists. And so, yeah, how all of this relates, how all of it sort of functions to like braid a nice rope that we can use to tug all these people who are realizing all of this is going nowhere into hopefully somewhere. We're the tugboat to somewhere. Anne said that I'm spicy. That's true. Yeah, I'm a little spicy today. Brijantia says the yay poll demonstrates how being higher on the ballot helps you win. So yeah, the truck attack was morbid, huh? I don't know about all this stuff. Maybe we'll find out a little bit when I bring on Benjamin and we talk a little bit about the week. I'm going to be hearing a little bit about the week from Anne in a half hour when she's on. We're going to talk about some topical stuff that's going on. But yeah, I guess what I'm basically saying is, like, for the next month and a half, there's not going to be any possibility of keeping up with Theory Underground except through YouTube. So you better just get premium, bite the bullet, and shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about how you can't afford premium. Okay, there's literal workarounds. People have workarounds. Read a Reddit about how to get around it. But stop trying to get me to spend all my time when I'm trying to do other things, putting this stuff up as podcast episodes. It's that simple. Just figure it out. Figure it out. And of course, I'm saying this to the wrong audience. I'm saying this to you all, and you're all here, so you all fucking know the people who need to hear it are the people who can't hear it, the people who are over on the podcast. But if you know any of them, let them know. That is not the way to keep up with stuff right now. It is not up to date. I have added some stuff, but the biggest problem with adding from the backlog of episodes, and this is a separate problem from uploading a lot of the stuff that I have for the video side on YouTube, separate, I was not even equal. It's a much bigger problem, the podcast side of things. is that we're currently spread out across multiple podcasts. And I'm trying to decide if I should just double down and own that and just we be like TU become an entity that pushes out to multiple actual podcast feeds, or if it should just all be in one mega podcast feed. You know what I mean? So when you're looking at this, the thumbnail to this video and it's got like why left and why us and what's right, it's like, yeah, and there's another one in the works. It's like there are pros and cons to having those all in the same place. Right now, the main podcast for Theory Underground is just called Theory Underground. You can find it on Spotify. You can find it almost anywhere else. And what it has is almost all of the interviews from almost all of the M-stews that have happened over the last 2 years, as well as some other content. And it's not anything that I'm super proud of because, I don't know, every one of those conversations is a great conversation, but I'm not spending time on the internet to just be a podcast. Like part of the whole point here is that there's a directionality. And so like the interviews are great, and that's just us getting to know people in the scene. But the main work Theory Underground is doing isn't really represented there anyway. Why Left is not where the main work is being represented either, because most of what we do is nothing like what Why Left is doing. Why Left is like engaging with timely political, sensational, and clickbaity kinds of content on the internet. That is not at all what the overwhelming majority of the work that we've actually done here is about. Maybe it's about it, but it not at that level. And you know, Why Left and What's Right, etc. It's supposed to be a way for me to have fun with people that I love, and at the same time, sort of exorcise these demons inside of us, like this need to talk about this kind of stuff that doesn't go away, and at the same time, turn that into something else. Turn that back into something in relation to what we're working on. Turn that back into the direction of where we're trying to take things. You know, bring it back to time energy. Bring it back to the PCFM. Bring it back to gerrymandering, befindlichkeit. Bring it back to legitimacy. Bring it back to the way it's shut. Bring it back to jouissance and totalization and ressentiment and being in the world and symbolic capital and all, you know, symbolic exchange, you know, all of the stuff that we bring, but not just eclectically, but like how these fit together, you know, like the project, the school of thought that is emerging. Why Left, What's Right, and the currently existing podcast, to me, just kind of feel like they're all over the place. I think Why Left is probably like the most grounded. You know, we've got like a nice series of episodes, but some of the stuff that was timely is now out of date, but it didn't get on there. It's only on the YouTube side. And it's like, well, that's kind of annoying. So what? That's going to be published a month and a half after we talked about it, back when it was actually trending. And I just have to kind of imagine, like, well, what if it was all on one continuous stream? You know what I mean? Like, what if it was all in one place? There's What's Left, there's Why Left, there's What's Right, there's Why Us, there's all of the M-stew interviews, there's all the special beginnings and ends of all those M-stews that I did with Nance and special guests there, and then bringing in like lecture 1 from all of the different courses. Just kind of having that all in one place versus having a podcast for Why Left, a podcast for What's Right, a podcast for Theory Underground, where really it's just the M-stew. You know what I mean? Like that's, but people who are really just in it for the me and Benjamin dynamic on Why Left, that's what they're there for. People who are there for What's Right, they're there for the dynamic I've got with Anne, like what Anne brings to the conversation. It's just, I don't know. Trying to think about packaging it all together versus doing them separately. It almost answers itself. I feel like the way that I'm talking about it, it just makes sense that it would all go in the same place. But also part of the issue is that it's not all in the same place, which means that it would be kind of complicated getting it all into the same place. And then, yeah, it needs to be curated. It's almost like that's a job. It's almost like that's like a full-time job in itself. Like something that somebody who's passionate about that kind of thing actually needs to do. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Speak of the devil. Look, it's recovering anarchists in the chat. Yes, to one podcast feed. YouTube is easier to navigate multiple things, so make playlists for everything. Yeah. Wouldn't that be nice if I could do that with podcasts? Have like, I know that like seasons are a thing on like say Podbean. I wonder if there could be like a Why Left season, What's Right season, an M Stew season. You know what I mean? Ishuzu says just use chapters timestamps. Yeah, well, that's the thing. On YouTube, it's a lot easier. That's the thing. If we're talking like, yeah, let's not get anyone else involved, and Dave just does exactly what he is like most comfortable doing, you know what I would do? Scrap the podcasts altogether, just do live streams, and not worry about anything ever. Because Theory Underground will continue to grow. It'll probably grow faster if I stop worrying about podcasts. And if I just grind on producing the kinds of stuff that I can be proud of, someone else eventually will love it enough to put it all together into some podcast, but I don't care about it. Like the part of me that cares about the podcast is the part of me that's committed to these workers with earbuds who only listen to things through podcasts. But also, I don't know those people. Like the workers with earbuds who listen for 8 hours straight on YouTube. Like that's who I'm talking about. And it's like, it's too like specific to my own drive. Like my drive gets a high off of listening to something that is massive while working. Like I loved listening to Discipline and Punish by Michel Foucault while working a 13-hour shift at Amazon. I was like amped. It's kind of stupid. It's like actually dumb. Drive is always kind of silly, you know, but like I was just like amped. Like this is crazy because it's not the kind of book that you can just sit there and read unless you're an incredibly bored person or like have a really weird kind of fixation on a text like that, because it's like Discipline and Punish is not like Being in Time or Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Like it's not like it's so technical it's hard to follow. It's just like that it's really dry. But I was like, oh my God, Jeff Bezos will pay me to listen to this book that would have been too boring to listen to otherwise, but I can listen to it at 1.5 speed and just like cover the whole thing in one shift. That's insane. And I was like really stoked about it. And I would do that kind of stuff all the time. And so, yeah, I like making long form content. It makes things easier, and you could always just add the chapter. You could always timestamp the chapters later, you know? I can't not do the YouTube part, but I want to do the podcast part. And at the end of the day, what I want is never what wins out. What wins out is always what I can't not do. Right? So, trying to come to terms with that. Yeah. I thought Anne was whistling at me or something. I heard a noise. Oso said, I have no suggestions. Sorry. Oso, I am looking for no suggestions. Don't worry. I'm not looking for any at all. I'm just kind of talking it out. Yeah, Shuzu, you use earbuds for YouTube? When I'm working with earbuds, I use YouTube, says Daniel Talton. Hey, is this the Daniel Talton I was speaking to at the beginning of the stream? Daniel, I thought that we were muted to the live side, but if you go back, you'll actually hear us talking. I'm glad we didn't say anything bad, you know? Oh, and also, I think I got an email from you, but I didn't respond to it because it's part of like this whole trying to train other. Uh-oh. Something happened. Yeah, but I'm trying to train a couple other roles in here at TU, and I'm hoping that Anne is going to be able to do a lot of the scholarship stuff, because that's another one of those things that I like, but also I'm bad at. And so what ends up happening is someone's asking for a scholarship and I'm like responding to them, and then it's like 2 weeks later before they hear back from me. Sometimes it's 2 months, you know. Yeah. So I had really good meetings today with lots of people. Benjamin and I met with our new documentarian, Will, and that was a really good meeting. Lots of really exciting stuff coming 2025, so stay tuned about all that. Subscribers, you're all going to hear something special about that over the next few weeks, probably. You know, I might be able to say something about it on Sunday, but Sunday's going to be real special because I'm going to be rolling out something none of you have ever heard of before, except maybe in passing. I've never explained it before, but I'll be talking about the Agora as a organizational concept and something that we're actually going to be doing in 2025. One of the most fun and exciting innovations. All right, let's go back to the live chat. What's going on here? Weird Solowski said, I read your paper to Kier. I learned and agreed. Thanks. When I did day-long DoorDash shifts, I'd listen to theory and fiction, said Oso. Yeah, everybody, get reading the Plato's Republic. It's going to be a good month. We're really going to get into the Plato. Yeah, and trying to balance like what from the seminars versus the courses goes public is also something that's been a pretty big conversation on the back end. And the inclination is to make a lot more stuff free than ever before, but at the same time realizing that we have like a publishing bottleneck, and there's like a sort of sweet spot with publishing. So you want some kind of consistency. You don't want to put too much stuff out too fast. But also, I kind of want to just be able to do whatever the hell I want. And so Theory Underground has grown pretty fine, considering the fact that I always just do what I want or what I can't not do. So bringing in something else, like some kind of an actual routine, can only presumably make things better, as long as it doesn't like take the joy out of it, right? Yeah, that's the kind of thing we're trying to juggle here. All right, well, I'm about to close out this warm-up segment so that I'll be able to bring Ann on for What's Right. Is that right, Ann? I freaking hope so. Yeah. Yeah, it's in 10 minutes. Perfect. So go watch this, everybody. If you haven't done anything else, just go watch this. And yeah, this person said, are there recordings of the past lectures? It's kind of insane how much that question comes up. The answer is always yes, and also just like, why in the world would there not be recordings? I would never, ever do any of this stuff None of these lectures, none of these seminars, if they weren't being recorded. Like, to me, it just seems like but the thing is some people do that. Sometimes you pay for a course and it's just a bunch of Zoom calls, and then after it's over, it just disappears into the ether. Nobody has it except for the CIA or whatever. And it's like, well, that's crazy. What's the point of watching anything once? I mean, unless, of course, you know that it's not worth coming back to. You know, we watch a lot of things that we don't come back to. But when it comes to like educational content, like not being able to repeat it seems like the biggest waste in the world, which is actually one of my frustrations at the university itself. The expectation is not that the content is repeatable, right? That's crazy. And then you go to other institutions that have like lectures, and a lot of the times those lectures are just discussion groups where they're not so focused on making valuable, repeatable content for people who aren't present. So all the recording becomes is evidence that some people at a particular point in time had a conversation, sort of about whatever the topic was, you know? Cool. I'll be back in a minute. Uh-oh. I don't think it's going to play. Let me see. Yeah, it's not playing. Hold on. Gotta pull it up. What's going on here? Oh. Here, I'll just keep playing this episode from before while I find the PSA. Gotta get the stuff reset up here. So let's see if I can do it like this.
Intro to the history of political theory. 12 essential theorists. There are a couple of different names kind of floating around for it. But we're going to talk a little bit about the 12 that I picked for this course that I'm going to teach. It's going to be one theorist per month. So for those who are hardcore and they want to write an essay about each theorist and have me look at it and give them the Oxbridge-style supervision on it, it'll just be one topic a month, which is much less than full-time students have to do. It should be pretty reasonable. And
just
I picked
2,000
12.
words.
Yeah, just 2,000 words, you know, nothing too crazy. And I picked these 12 different theorists to kind of give you an introductory major thinker in 12 different traditions. I said, what are the 12 traditions in political theory, the 12 theorists that you would need to get started in each of those traditions? And I made some controversial choices. When you cut it down to 12, you can't necessarily do everybody. And you also need enough difference among the theorists. They have to be different enough from each other. So you don't want to just keep picking the same kinds of people over and over just because they're big names. If they would be plausibly in the same tradition, you know, I went, okay, Rousseau, Kant, or Hegel, one of them, not all three for this course. Maybe all three later for a different course, but not for this one. Who are we starting with? I went with Rousseau. I think he's the one, he's the first of those three, and he's the one that really kicks off that way of thinking about politics, right? Doesn't mean Kant and Hegel aren't incredibly important canon thinkers, but they don't go in this course, maybe later, right? And, you know, some of the cuts that I made were very hard. And some of them, Dave was like, why have you done this?
I was like Hume over Locke. I was shook. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's sitting here going, come on, you know, like Locke, everybody will like it if you teach Locke. Everybody knows about Locke. And I go, well, but I want to do Hume and Marsilius of Padua. And Dave's like, nobody knows who Marsilius of Padua is. How are we supposed to sell that? But I think that there's a case to be made for it. And I think that in making that case, we'll have an interesting conversation that is valuable, that we can't otherwise have if I just sit around and do whoever it is that most people think I should do.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not so worried about selling the course because I think mainly the people who've been excited for your political theory trilogy since we did those 3 streams over the summer, those people haven't gone away. They've only gone up in number. And yeah, I wanted to, like, I just like,
that need to be understood before you decide whether you like or don't like or how much you like these different things. And what a lot of people do is they try to get Manichaean about it. They go, these are the good traditions that are, lead you to being appropriately left wing or right wing, right? And these are the bad traditions that lead the other way. And I'm not looking to do that. I want to take all 12 really, really, really seriously. And I want you to, by the time you're done with the course, feel like you can understand why somebody would agree with and hold up as one of the geniuses of history, any one of the 12. Any one of the 12. Right? So they're all going to be treated with respect. And that was also a criterion for me. If a theorist is not somebody I could treat with that kind of respect, I didn't want to do them for this course. Because I really want, with each one of the 12, I want to be able to say, this person is really important and really has something to say. And there were functions to this argument. This argument was taken up politically in a way that mattered, that had effect on people's lives. And so if you want to understand what's happened to everybody, you have to grapple with the way in which this was taken up and why it was so compelling to the point at which it would be taken up in the way that it was.
I think that's perfect. Yeah. This for
all there, and I got the prize.
Longer episode of Why Left that might get crossed. And bringing around the seminar was a part of the new era, which was, hey, we'll have stuff, weekly stuff, monthly stuff that you can kind of rely on, that you can attend, where you don't have to have done a reading to get something out of it. The seminar is a bit more like a sermon as opposed to a lecture, right? Because a lecture is a lot more like there are learning outcomes to this lecture, and they are part of a course. Whereas the seminar is like you're following in the wake of some thinker's research, and they're kind of sharing results. And they're also working through things right in front of you sometimes, right? So Jaspers talks about this in The Idea of the University. He talks about whether it's a super dry and boring lecturer or a super dynamic and charismatic lecturer, there's an inherent value for every student to get to spend time with different varieties of thinkers engaged in ongoing research, basically bringing you in on whatever it is that they're doing. And so, but I use the word sermon there just because it's also, as Benjamin and Mikey have both pointed out with their own seminars, it's a bit more collaborative than a regular lecture in the sense that, like, I'm getting to know you guys over time. And so there's a little bit of a co-creative aspect to it. Now, I mean, that's true with lectures as well. Attentive, note-taking students make the lecture, in a sort of sense, because it's like, this is serious, like it puts like that good pressure on the speaker. But with all that said, what you've missed, if we wanted to use those terms, I don't want to, because I don't want to lean into the FOMO, the fear of missing out. But I'm going to give you a quick run through of some of the Idea of the University course, the Professional Managerial Class Consciousness and Ideology course, Slavoj Žižek's For They Know Not What They Do course, Martin Heidegger's Being in Time course, Emmanuel Levinas's Totality and Infinity course. Each of those books, by the way, Being in Time and Totality and Infinity, you could spend your entire life studying it. CMT, Critical Media Theory, I taught that with Anne. Critical Doxology and Time Energy, I taught that with Anne. And those were the ones that became seminars. Then there was the Leon Brenner course, the Clinical Structures of Psychoanalysis. Actually, Cadell Last of Philosophy Portal was our first guest lecturer. He taught Alenka Zupancic's What is Sex. Todd McGowan taught Seminar 11. And Chris Catrone taught Introduction to Marxism. That was the most recent on his part. And then, of course, Mikey's Intro to Land and Intro to
The whole
Zizek.
internet can hear you right now. Everybody on the whole internet can hear you. Say hello to them.
Hi, internet.
Hi, internet. Yeah. I realized that there's some weird audio thing. I actually have to reassign some source and do some weird stuff on the back end with like, I don't even know how to describe with virtual cables, how to separate the audio from what I was just playing from what you're coming through so that I can mute that and then we can keep talking. No, so I can mute us and keep playing that, Like that's normally what I do, but it requires all this extra stuff that I would have to refresh my memory on how I did it in the first place. There's so much crap like that. So here I am. We're just live already. No PSA rolling. Just that's pretty much what it is. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Hi, Ann.
Just us. Do you have your phone near you?
Yes.
Can you change the lights in here, please? Mine's downstairs. We have these cool lights in our house. They're like you screw in the light bulb and somehow the light bulb itself is connected to like USB. And so from an app on our phones, we can turn the lights on and off, we can set timers, and we can change the colors. Like this is crazy rainbow strobe light party.
Yeah,
Probably just
let's
like
put,
a little bit brighter of a color to light me up a little bit more.
there's all these like these presets that we can click. We could even have it go to the music if we wanted to. What if we could figure out how to make it pulse with Anne's voice? How would that?
Pulse to
How'd you-
my voice.
So
That'd be
that
terrifying.
you're all like, yeah, that's really cool. It's all flashing.
No. That would be terrible. I'm gonna run downstairs and get some water really quick and give our little boys some bits because I think they're hungry for them. And then I'll be back in a jiffy.
Yo, good. Sounds good. All right, all right. And I'll be right back, folks. You heard it here first. Let's move that and just keep this playing.
Concepts are organizational ones like the turn and tribunal zero and contradiction, but also socioanalysis, which I do get from Bourdieu, but I think it's a relational concept. And so we have to understand it in reference to social engineering, not in the sort of pickup artist sense. In reference to social engineering, like Auguste Comte and think Century of Self, with Adam Curtis. So social engineering and psychoanalysis. So psychoanalysis, as you learned with Adam Curtis in the Century of Self, through Bernays gets lifted and brought into public relations and advertising and marketing and propaganda, right? And then Joseph Goebbels picks it up and runs with it and kind of perfects it. And now it's just common sense. Socioanalysis is a combat sport for defending your.
Wait, what? Evan, what are you talking about? Yes, Kier, that would be hilarious. But wait, what? I'm so confused. What are you talking about? So wait. Evan said, I always think that Nance is motioning to something behind his screen like he's talking to someone. It took me the longest time to realize any of his gesticulations are enactments of the live. Sometimes I still don't know. What are you talking about? What is it? Hold on, let's watch Nance and let's see if we can get some of these
Yourself.
I know he gesticulates, but I'm trying to imagine thinking those gesticulations are about something else. Let's see if I skip ahead. Can I find him gesticulating? Like maybe right here.
Hundreds of years of struggle, but like within a real lifespan. Like that's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah. So very excited about that, guys.
Do you think he's looking off camera to at someone else right here?
Yeah, this is something we all got in common, which is that we want to write.
What about right here?
We need a shared ground. We need a mutually agreed upon set of references that are intelligible, that we're all conversant in.
Wait, Brian said he wanted to ask about that too?
We need shared reference. So if we take catching up.
Dude, wait. What are you guys talking about? Could you guys like start time stamping when it happens and just be like, because I'm just trying, because like I'm pretty sure this is how it works. From my vantage, every time Nance has ever gesticulated, it's always that someone is saying something that he's excited about, and then he's like going, or like he's kind of like, yeah, like that. Or he'll actually like say something, his microphone's muted, and he'll say something, like he'll be like, da, you know? But it's always like at these, it's not like it's random. It's not like he gesticulates when nothing's really being said. He's always like, it's like the most crucial point of the message is when he's doing it. Kira said, Nance is the most animated listener. It's impressive. That's why you're all supposed to be like Nance, right? I would say Benjamin's also like that. I mean, well, and also if anybody saw me present for their talks at TUCon, you should probably, unless I was distracted with some organizational thing at the moment, I tend to be very, like, but I think I've heard that on TikTok, there's like a making fun of millennial trend that you can follow where people create content that makes fun of millennials. And one of the ways that they make fun of millennials is millennials being too animated, like making faces that are like exaggerated faces. And I'm like, I don't know. First of all, I haven't seen any of that content. I've just heard about it. And it just makes me wonder, like, maybe could that be like this little generational breakdown thing? That Nance is just doing the thing but he's just doing it more. Could it be that? Or is it something else? Evan said, it's not entirely random, but it's so emphatic. It's like he's a director talking to someone else on set. Always gives me that distinct impression. Well, he is my CIA handler. That is true. Brian said, that's what I assumed. There were just a couple of times where it seemed almost like he was gesturing to or about someone, something I wasn't seeing. Haha. On the phone to his broker. It's the earpiece that I have in, and he's like telling me, Dave, stop, you can't say that. Change it. Evan said, you'll see it if you just watch him when someone else is talking for long enough. Yeah. Anne's back.
I've been back this whole time.
You've been back this whole time?
Yeah.
Well, I can't see.
I've been
so
like
I
kind
don't-
of sitting here, like screwing on the lids of my water bottle, kind of like waiting for you to realize that I was back. And then I was just like turning on my microphone to be like, are we gonna start or what?
Yeah, we're gonna start. That's hilarious. Okay, what do you want your light setup to be like, actually?
Maybe just like a regular light color since it's dark outside.
Okay,
Like an oranger. Sure.
cool.
Yeah, sure.
Let's save all the content for once we're recording, but we'll just go ahead and close out this thread. We've been talking about Nance's gesticulations. Do you have any thoughts?
The more gesticulations, the better.
That's exactly right.
I've always been an animated, I think, talker when I get up on behind the lectern. I was a speech and debate kid. It just happens, and it means you're engaged. Now, if you don't, it doesn't mean you're not engaged, but it's good if someone's overly gesticulating.
No, but dude, I had a fucking guy who sat sideways in the classroom all semester long, and he never looked at me. He looked across the room, like horizontally, like instead of looking at me, he's looking the opposite kind of to the side. And then he just
Like if
stared
I did a
intently.
podcast like this, I was just like, yeah, no, that's a great point, Dave.
Well, that is what I do. Like I literally am like this.
That
But
is
that's
true.
But that's
But
because
like we know
I
there's
set
a
it up so
I guess.
I set it up so that it looks like I'm looking at you. You know what I mean? So
Oh. What if I look like this? Yeah, great point.
if you want to do that the whole time, I'll put me up there so that it makes sense, you know.
Close my eyes.
There's a sort
Let's
of
do this thing.
there's sort of feng shui to the eyeballs, you know. Okay, yeah, we'll get after it. All right, folks, we're about to get this thing underway. Timestamp, wherever you are. This would be the place.
Timestamper, stamp me a time. That's all I got for now, folks. Tune in next time for more words to my song. Hello, everyone on the internet and not on the internet. This is Anne Snellgrove McCarricker.
And I'm David McCarricker. You're listening to What's Right.
Doon, 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 doon. I know
That
the
gets
song's
edited.
probably playing
Yeah.
something,
yeah.
but we don't get to hear it, so.
No, it gets edited in later, but
I
yeah,
know.
I heard you humming it the other day, and it brought joy to me.
Oh, good. Oh, good. We have to
So,
first address the elephant in the room, and that is, folks, I have a Stanley Cup.
oh my God.
And never did I think I would be one to purchase a Stanley Cup, but every year my like extended family, all the cousins get together for Christmas and we do a white elephant gift exchange. For those who don't know what that is, everyone buys like a random present and you put it in the middle and you everyone draws a number and number one gets to go grab a random present and number two and number three and so on and you can steal presents from other people and it's a fun thing. And I got Stanley Cup. That is my favorite color. Like if I were to get a Stanley Cup, wouldn't be surprised if I chose this color. But now I have one, and I'm gonna drink 40 ounces of water every day and be extra hydrated. So
Good. Hey, I had a slurp through that straw, and I thought, yeah, that's a quality pull. I don't know if it's worth every college girl buying 46 colors of this
yeah.
cup,
But no, it's
but
like thoughtfully designed. It's like this can fit into your car cup holder. The lid screws in both ways. So if you're left-handed or right-handed, the straw will be like right there. The top, you can turn it and have this like just a sipper. Like it's pretty good. Um, so just thought I'd say that, guys.
yeah, let's be a little random before we get into the actual
Into
the
the
meat and potatoes.
vegan meat and vegan
This is
potatoes.
this is the part where I tell you all when I put this microphone, the one that's in front of my face, uh, which is the Elgato Wave 3, when I put that into the wish list because Kier was pointing out that Anne's audio was so bad, uh, of course I hoped that somebody would buy it for us for Christmas, but I did not in my wildest dreams imagine that when we got back from Reno into Boise yesterday night, that the box that was on our doorstep, thankfully no one took it, would be the microphone you now see beside Anne. There it is. Look at that, everybody. Look, she's got a real microphone now. Hooray.
Yes. So thank you so much to
Mandy.
we're gonna shout out Mandy. Thank you so much for getting this for us. It's really thoughtful. It really helps everyone out. So the audio sounds better on my end because when I heard my audio like last week, I was like, oh my gosh, is that how terrible I sound? So this is great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And I'm
100%.
excited to get going. Except the only thing is, I think with the microphone plugged in, Dave, I can't turn up the audio on my laptop. Like, I can't make you louder for me.
Do you need me to be louder for you?
I guess not, but I should be able to control that. I just can't.
You're saying with the microphone in, that messes everything up? So you're
Yeah,
not able
like
to?
I'm trying to adjust the audio on my laptop, just like the volume button, and it won't change at all. And for now, it's really not a big deal.
I think if you go to sound settings, if you just click the Windows button and then type sound settings will come up. Click that. Just make sure it's what it's supposed to be. It's probably by plugging in the microphone, you probably automatically reset something. So, yeah. So thank you, Mandy.
Okay, I think I fixed it, but then my audio is still coming through, right?
Yeah.
On the
Yeah, we hear you
microphone.
just great. Uh-huh.
Okay, perfect. We
Yeah.
fixed it, folks.
Wonderful. Hey, Jacob in the chat, Kier in the chat, Brian in the chat, Weird, Evan, Ishizu. We got a lot of people. No special. Look at all these people. This is awesome. Great to have you all here. All right, Ann, what are we talking about today?
Oh, golly, we're kind of like continuing our conversation that we had on our car ride home yesterday, and bringing the conversation public because Dave and I love long car rides. We're like, we're gonna listen to something, and then we listen to something, whether it's a book, podcast, whatever, for like half an hour to an hour, and then it just sparks really great ideas. And then we have a wonderful conversation for like half the time. And that's what happened yesterday. And we got to talking about nature and nurture and natality, and the word like care was being brought up, and we were talking about femininity and the role of women versus men, and all that got to me asking a question about Heidegger and care. And
Mm.
so we decided that today I would ask those questions to Dave here for him to answer. I guess I don't know if there's any more you want to say to like set us up for this conversation based on what we talked about yesterday, or if we just want to get to my questions.
I guess a little point of clarification about talking about the roles of men and women is just to kind of say it's not like we're sitting. We're not sitting here being like, oh yeah, well men need to do this and women need to do that. That's not what we're talking about. But when we think about how gender is never descriptive, but is prescriptive, right? When people engage in gender discourse, progressives want to go in this direction to say, well, to each their own, everyone does what make it up, make it be whatever you want it to be, which is like, I mean, that's where we all were in the 1990s. Like, this is just duh. Whereas the conservative approach in the United States has tended to be like, okay, I'll just say in the popular imaginary, it's like men don't cry and women have to stay home and raise children. Like, there's this very, very, very gross, basic sort of split, and that's not really reflected in normal life. That's how people in academia will often roll with it. They'll get more complicated and nuanced, but in real life, people are all a lot more nuanced about these things. I think there are obviously going to be ways that people are very simplistic, but that's also because they're generalizing off of their experience, and their experience is a mixture of like things that they've seen and things that they wish they had seen, right? So like, if your idea of like a real man is a man who like stands up for somebody else who's being bullied, well, that's because you saw that and you liked that you saw that, or it's what you wish you had seen, right? So like, there's like this almost efficacy in kind of just being a realist about how these words function for people. And I think that's kind of what we were talking about. So like, man or woman, I think we talked about this a little bit in the last episode, maybe, Anne, but like, man or woman becomes a sort of prescriptive ideal, or like a standard that we can like measure ourselves against, right? Like, that's like there are no such thing as rapist men. No, those are males, but they're not men. Now, of course, there is a possibility for a person to be like, well, no, actually, man is just adult male. It's really that simple. And then we can talk about how there are good men and bad men, blah, blah, blah. But there's also obviously a sense where you can say, well, like, yeah, he thinks he's a man. Or you can be like, well, this guy's a real man. Like, when people say that, what they're trying to say is, that's a version of that sex that I like. Like, that's usually what a person's trying to say. Or they're trying to say that that's a version of that sex that they don't like. And so we're generalizing. It's almost always generalizing. It's usually not like this strict universalism that people often will make it out to be when they're trying to cheapen it. So we were talking about that. And the tie-in to Heidegger and care. Well, before we get into the Heidegger and care thing, nature, nurture, natality. Did we really talk about that on this podcast yet? Those three terms?
I don't know if we've really gotten into nature, nurture, or natality that much in this podcast. What, do we have like 2 official episodes?
Yeah, we've got 2 official episodes in this podcast, and then we've obviously got a lot of co-lectures that we've done on the back end. And so we've done a couple where we talk about natality and nurture, but I don't think we talked about those on here. And
I
so
don't think we have really.
yeah, I like the way that we've talked about nurture as opposed to exploitation. So now a lot of people, when they use the word nurture, they're thinking of nurture versus nature as like a debate within psychology or sociology, right? Like, ooh, are we blank slates and everything about us is just nurture? Or did genes have a role to play? You know, and then, or people will bring in other things that have a part to play beyond nurture. But this is not the way we're using the word. Like maybe somewhat you could relate it, but we really want to hone in on something else. And so I have a quote here by Wendell Berry in The Unsettling of America, which I really think we should probably read chapter 1 on here one of these days soon. He says, we can understand a great deal of our history from Cortes' destruction of Tenochtitlan in, I don't even actually know how to say that, in 1521 to the bulldozer attack on the coalfields 4.5 centuries later, by thinking of ourselves as divided into conquerors and victims, right? And so this is obviously like the book Settlers does that. It's all oppressors versus the oppressed. It's all about conquerors versus victims, right? There is like this sort of like progressive impulse to just always take the side of the losers of history's battles or wars. You know, it's like there's that part of you that wants to champion the underdog, but there's a kind of new left American anti-imperialism that takes that so far that it becomes like, well, fuck everybody in the US basically. All we care about are underdog nations. It becomes like this whole other thing at that point. And that's fine, but that is this conqueror versus victim framework that Wendell Berry is bringing up. He says, in order to understand our own time and predicament and the work that is to be done, we would do well to shift the terms and say that we are divided between exploitation and nurture. The first set of terms is too simple for the purpose because in any given situation, it proposes to divide people into two mutually exclusive groups. It becomes complicated only when we are dealing with situations in succession, as when a colonist who persecuted the Indians then resisted persecution by the crown. The terms exploitation and nurture, on the other hand, describe a division not only between persons, but also within persons. I like that it allows for like the split subject in that sense. We are all to some extent the products of an exploitative society, and it would be foolish and self-defeating to pretend that we do not bear its stamp. Let me outline as briefly as I can what seem to me the characteristics of these opposite kinds of mind. I conceive a strip miner to be a model exploiter, and as a model nurturer, I take the old-fashioned idea or ideal of a farmer. The exploiter is a specialist, an expert. The nurturer is not. The standard of the exploiter is efficiency. The standard of the nurturer is care. The exploiter's goal is money, profit. The nurturer's goal is health, his land health, his own, his family's, his communities, his country's. Whereas the exploiter asks of a piece of land only how much and how quickly it can be made to produce, the nurturer asks a question that is much more complex and difficult. What is its carrying capacity? That is, how much can be taken from it without diminishing it? What can it produce dependably for an indefinite time? The exploiter wishes to earn as much as possible by as little work as possible. The nurturer expects certainly to have a decent living from his work, but his characteristic wish is to work as well as possible. The competence of the exploiter is in organization. That of the nurturer is in order, a human order, that is, that accommodates itself both to the other order and to mystery. Both to other order and to mystery. The exploiter typically serves an institution or organization. The nurturer serves land, household, community, place. The exploiter thinks in terms of numbers, quantities, hard facts. The nurturer in terms of character, condition, quality, kind. It's Wendell Berry from The Unsettling of America. It's a passage that I think about frequently. And growing out of that was the lectures that we did over the last year, which kind of culminated in talking about nurture and nature and natality, and also violence, which is related somehow. But yeah, what
There's
about
also,
any of
I
that?
want to add there that like nature, when we're saying nurture, nature, natality, we're also not referring necessarily to the nature in the nurture versus nature psychology split. We're talking about like the outdoors, the world, the earth, nature, and being a part of it. Sorry to cut you off though. What were you asking? Just wanted to clarify that as
No, that's
well.
perfect. No, that's perfect clarification. Yeah. Well, and I'm just asking you, kind of, how have these terms become important in your own thinking? You know, how have these terms, as you've conceptualized them, revolutionized how you think about something? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think there's always been a part of me, like a very kind of liberal, progressive part of me that's always kind of been like woo woo, peace, love, and happiness. Um, and that like ideal has, I think, informed a lot of my worldview, a lot of my politics. I've also just like typically been in my life kind of more of a like feminine figure or like a nurturant figure in other people's lives. I specifically think back to being in high school when my name on like the cross country team, the track team, the speech and debate team was just mom because I was like doing lots. I was kind of taking charge of organizing things, but I was also like checking in on people and taking care of people. And I think they found me to be this kind of like motherly presence, this nurturant presence. And so, like, those two things have kind of just informed and shaped my experience in the world, how I interact with people. And I think as we develop ideas and talk about the situation and what is to be done at Theory Underground, not what is to be done at Theory Underground, but at Theory Underground when we talk about these things, when we read the books that we read and have the discussions that we have about critical media theory and critical doxology and the left and blah, 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 all the things we would do at Theory Underground. Um, it started to kind of come back to a lot of it, especially with thinking about like CMT and CDT, critical media theory and critical doxology, and time energy. This idea of nurture, like nurturing ourselves, nurturing our growth, and but also like valuing nurture as kind of a stance towards the world, if that makes sense. Like like valuing and centering nurture in an economy would necessarily be very different than capitalism today.
Mm.
Radically centering nurturing of like people, like genuinely caring about them and wanting well for them and lifting them up would be like necessarily an anti-war, anti-violence stance. And so it's very idealistic, but I think politically, like seeing more of a nurturant economy society um is ideal, but then also like nurture and kind of centering that in our own lives, like taking care of ourselves in like a radical way, taking care of other
Mm.
people
Mm-hmm.
in a radical way, and also caring about like children, whether or not you want to have your own, caring about intergenerationality and nurturing and teaching and loving younger generations so that they're in a better position than we are to think about the situation and hopefully come up with solutions. So that's where like this idea of nurture, I think, started coming into the conversation. And you can obviously add where you were thinking about it. Nature kind of pairing with nurture coming into the conversation again on this both uh personal individual level and on this like broader level, like actually caring about the planet, but also caring about the earth and being stewards of the land, and also like spending time in nature as like an antidote to kind of the chronic online-ness that we all
Mm.
subject ourselves to and that we are kind of subjected to,
Mm.
not necessarily by choice. And so, kind of taking a radical stance and like, no, I'm gonna, instead of sitting on the couch and scrolling, I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to go outside. Even if you live in the middle of a city, like walking outside on the sidewalk and seeing trees and hearing birds can like refresh you and kind of recenter you and clear your mind, in a way that we just don't get as much nature time as much because of the busyness of modern society. Okay, so we have nature,
That,
we have nurture. Go ahead, Dave.
and on that, we brought in the concept of Shinrin Roku?
Yes, I was like,
Yoku?
oh, what's the term? I can't remember. But yeah, Shinrin Yoku,
Yeah.
which is, if I recall, I listened to most, if not all, of an audiobook about Shinrin Yoku, which is like in Japan, it's literally something that doctors prescribe to people when they're feeling anxious, when they're feeling depressed. It's like nature bath. So part of it is kind of a response to diagnosis, big pharma therapy culture that says, oh, you're feeling depressed or anxious? Here, have some medicine and don't change anything in your life. Versus like, oh, you're feeling depressed or anxious? Fucking go outside.
Yeah.
Fucking literally go breathe some fresh air for 5 minutes. I guarantee you'll feel better. Will it cure whatever you've got going on? Not necessarily, but like we're all kind of not taking care of ourselves, not touching grass, and then going, oh, why do I feel literally horrible? And it's like, because we weren't meant to be sitting inside staring at little screens all day.
What's the other country that we've been to that does this, spending a
Finland!
lot? Yeah, and they do
We
it
love
to
Finland. We
control.
have some Theory Underground subscribers from Finland. We have our good friend Bauer who lives in Finland, who we got to go visit um, back in 2022, he and his wife. And just even like being in Finland in the dead of winter, there was stuff to do. Like they have these nice um, biking and hiking trails where interspersed throughout there's little like
Campfires.
fireplaces with stocked firewood,
They
like the
stock it with
country.
firewood.
Huh?
Yeah, they stock it with firewood, guys. Do you understand what that means? You're on a hike. You're you don't have to mute yourself. Don't yeah, that's yeah,
I'm just
don't.
not sure if it's the audio's not picking up when you
Yeah,
talk from
no,
my
no, no.
laptop.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
cool, cool.
No, no, no. Zoom's really good on its noise suppression.
Nice.
And so, but basically, yeah, we'd be out on a hike and we're like a mile or two in, and there'd be some like epic little covered area where you could, have a barbecue with a table, but then out there'd be like a fire pit, and there'd just be like a whole cord of wood already chopped, and you could just use it to light a fire. And it's like, I've
Roast some
never been
marshmallows,
anywhere.
roast some weenies. Yeah.
I've never been anywhere where there was just firewood there stocked up. It was so nice. Yeah. But why
So
do they do
like
that? They do it because they have such a high suicide rate in that country. And the two solutions to suicide are jumping in the sauna after you were just in ice water. That's a amazing thing you can do. And nature bath. Shinrin Yoku.
yeah, like publicly funded, publicly supported, like it's more accessible to go outside and have access to amenities. It doesn't just have to be if you're super privileged. Yeah, buying a, nice bike is gonna cost you a lot, but the trails and having like access to these fire pits. Or yeah, there's when we were in Helsinki, there's this like public, this isn't so much government, supported, but like sauna culture is really big in Finland. Having like a sauna in your house or in your apartment complex. There's public
Normal.
saunas.
Yeah.
And it's really good for your health, apparently, to kind of be in a hot environment and be sweating, and then to go immediately into like very, very cold water, and going back and forth a little bit is really good for your circulation. And so whenever I think about like our time in Finland, I'm just like, oh, the saunas, because I love like sitting in a hot environment. But then you go into, so I think I cut myself off in Helsinki. There's this like kind of co-op community run and maintained little sauna complex like right on the border of whatever sea Helsinki is closest to, whatever body of water, and
The
little
Baltic or
stairs that you
something?
walk
Yeah.
down to get into the freezing cold like ocean water, and you go back into the sauna. And so there are countries that like are at the bare minimum realizing that having access to nature or prescribing nature as an antidote to when you're feeling down, when you're feeling stressed, is positive, is like something that should be done. Um, that's kind of, I think, where nature came into the CMT talk. And so we have nurture, we have nature, and then we have natality, which is still a concept that I think needs to be developed, needs to be talked about more. I know there will be lots of talk about it at Theory Underground in the years to come, but we were introduced to the concept. Here, I'm pulling up the author's name really quick. Natality book. From the book Natality Toward a Philosophy of Birth by Jennifer Banks. And so while I was working at Amazon and listening to lots of books, I listened to Natality, and Jennifer Banks, did I just say that's her name?
Yeah.
Rather than so much theorizing or, elaborating on this concept of natality, what she does is she takes various thinkers and philosophers throughout history and kind of shares their views on natality. Natality being, I guess, a definition we could give to it is like, oh, how would I define?
The coming into existence of the new, or the bringing into existence of the new. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. And so it doesn't even necessarily have to relate directly to like children and raising children, although that's what we often think of with the word natality. And so she talks about, for example, like Friedrich Nietzsche or Hannah Arendt and their views on natality, and how they thought about children and the preciousness of children, but also like bringing something new into fruition, not just something new, but like something cherished and valuable like a child. Not saying a personal project is equal to a human child, but like putting that much care and dedication and creating something from inside of yourself, or like raising a child, a literal baby.
It's
And
it's one of those deep metaphors. Kind of like we were talking about other deep metaphors like Father Son, Mother Earth. Like there's just like these metaphors that have so much sort of staying power because they're so intuitive, and like the metaphor is very rich. Yeah.
And so these ideas of nature, nurture, and natality kind of all relating to each other, nurturing the earth, caring about children and nurturing them, and like they just started to become, at least for Dave and I in our own lives and in my own kind of personal politics and my own personal world views, or like those are things that I think really matter. And if individuals as well as a society centered those ideas and cared about them a little bit more and actually put them into practice, like I'm not saying, oh, it kind of is like, oh, peace, love, and happiness. Like it kind of goes back to, that's where I started with like,
Yeah.
things would maybe be better, at least if not societally, at least like for ourselves, if we cared about nurture, if we cared about nature, if we cared about natality in like meaningful, actual ways and put them into practice. And so we were talking, whatever we were talking about yesterday came to this conclusion of like we were kind of talking about wooey wooey, like women being connected to the earth and the moon with through the menstrual cycle. And like we were talking a little bit about that. And our conversation came back to like nature, nurture, natality. They went boom. Yes. And that's how we got to where we are now.
Yeah. And I mean the bit about where we got wooiest, I was mainly playing with a piece I'd like to use for some hyperstition theory fiction, maybe for human futures. There's like there's something I'm kind of thinking about wanting to write. But I think that for me, it's always about trying to understand the subject, the world, social change, right? Like I want to understand those three things: subject, world, change. And of course, understanding capital is understanding that change is not just like the change of everything's always already in flux. If you just are at the right time scale, you can see that everything is disintegrating all the time. No, but like capital accelerates the stripping away of the particularities in order to make something exchangeable in this sort of bland universal way that the commodity form forces. Nature, nurture, and natality are in all three cases either something that gets murdered by capital or hijacked, appropriated. And so, for instance, like people, this idea that we need to center these things. Now, I think consciously we need to fight for these things, or we need to cultivate these things, right? Cultivating would be more like the farmer steward metaphor, and fighting would be more like a warrior metaphor. But centering as a metaphor, to me, it's like we're in an institution. The institution is at the end of history. Everything's pretty much as good as it could possibly get. Oh, except that X, Y, or Z issues, if we were to center them within our boardroom meeting, then that will solve the issue. And of course, that's done through representational politics, whatever, right? So like that's kind of like but
For sure.
I also like the idea of like centering something in your heart, like you like keep it close because it's precious. So I want to separate the PMC connotation from what I know you mean.
Yeah.
Which is
It's like I said it, the word center, and I felt, ugh. But I mean it. I mean it in this way that yeah, holding it close and really living out. If we can't reach some sort of society like acceptance and practice of these things anytime soon, like holding it near and dear to your own life, because I think it applies kind of no matter where you're at in your life, where you live, if you plan on having children or not, like all of these things, if we put them into practice and if we took them really seriously, I think there would be positive outcomes and benefits for ourselves, for the people around us, maybe for the communities around us. And like that's always for me at least, reflecting on my kind of very politically motivated social justice warrior kind of mode that I was in for a little bit of my life, but not, I don't mean like social justice warrior in maybe this derogatory sense, but I mean just like I was like, no, we can achieve structural change in my lifetime. And I think I'm maybe a little bit more black pilled on that idea. And so thinking really seriously about, okay, maybe the next generation or the generation of that can really achieve this like structural, societal wide change. So I think now my kind of politics are more around like cultivating community in again, a not cringy on hyper online leftist way where it's like, everyone who identifies the same as me is in my community, but like the people that we live around and the communities that we live in and the nature and the world around us and taking care of that and the people and like doing things in our communities, participating in things like kind of making our own lives and the people's lives around us better by centering, by prioritizing these values strongly. I think is the best that we can do while advocating for structural change.
Yeah, and like literally looking for ways, and that's kind of what we're doing, I think, looking for ways to build what Ivan Illich called convivial institutions, as opposed to what kind, Anne? Do you remember? I think it's
exploitative.
Yeah, I think he might use the term manipulative, but obviously he means
Oh,
exploitative.
maybe he did use
But he
manipulative.
means exploitative, and that's a nice tie-in back to like between Wendell Berry and Ivan Illich and Andre Gors. It's like this idea that there are predatory institutions, exploitative institutions, institutions that foster our worst sides, and then institutions that could be otherwise. And then a lot of the worst things that come from the new left maybe come from how it tries to do that. And we could even say that safetyist culture and therapism become like when you try to apply this idea in the long march through the institutions, this is pretty much all you can do, right? But of course, this was a certain kind of person, in a lot of cases, very removed from any sort of a living relationship with the earth and people that didn't sit in the front of classrooms and end up in elite, institutions and then live their whole life inside of institutions. Like what Wendell Berry is talking about is a kind of relationship to the earth and to people that is always about cultivating potentialities and trying to bring out I want to say like the better potentialities of any given thing. And of course, like the way that we talked about this when we had Nina on in a sort of Aristotelian register is like letting a thing live in accordance with its nature. So I use the chicken example. Like if that chicken lives its whole life with no sunlight and it's not able to cultivate the soil and take from it certain things that it then adds back even better, not only are you taking that chicken out of its nature function as a bird, but also like the only thing that brings its life, we could say, some kind of purpose, fulfillment, meaning. And that's not projection. That's not projection. I think that the quick sort of knee-jerk thing is to just kind of say that we're projecting onto animals. But it's like, I think what people are doing is like they're underestimating the fact that a plant can clearly be living a better life versus a worse life. Like you could put a plant in really shitty conditions, and then you could put a plant in conditions where it's, and when I say it's happy, it's like, well, okay, we're projecting it's a metaphor. It's more of a metaphor, but you know what I mean. And
it's thriving. Yeah.
Yeah. It's thriving. Yeah.
It's the best that it has the potential to do because the conditions around it are at their best.
Right. And there's still going to be the human value judgment aspect. Weeds, right? Like, are there objective weeds, or is that because we don't like them? And in some cases, most of the species in the environment don't like a certain species because it's an invasive species. It doesn't belong around here, right? And it's coming in and it's fucking up everything, right? So things change, and things change faster than evolution can keep up with. And human beings are one of the biggest reasons that things are changing so fast, if we are not just the sock or meat puppets of capital. And so we actually have to think about that, right? The main question is if the new left was aware that there's like this distinction between uh, exploitative versus more nurturant kinds of approaches to humanity, we have to just kind of think about like, well, what did that become for them, and and I would just bring this part in, how did their demonization of all things conservative participate in losing the plot on nurture, right? Or on nature, or on natality. So
Yeah.
yeah. So let that just be kind of a sort of welcome mat to everybody. There's a lecture that we did on this. It goes much more in depth. This is kind of us just giving you all a refresher while kind of reminding ourselves where we're at. I know you had a question for me about care, and then we've got I don't see. I want to answer your question for me really quickly so we can get to. I kind of want to talk about what's topical in the week, which does kind of relate. So
If we don't get to it, we'll get to it next week because I also don't want to breeze over this conversation because I think this is as kind of an early what's right conversation. Like this is really grounding us in both that right double entendre, like what's right, what's correct, what should we do, what should be done, what is to be done, that kind of thing. And so for us, I think nature, nurture, and natality are for us part of the good life, part of what's right. But then what you just brought up, this kind of demonization of all things that could possibly be interpreted as conservative or right wing by certain leftist activists, including like being a traditional stay at home mom or wanting to live off the grid in nature in a rural um, part of the country, wanting to be like a farmer. I'm not saying all of the like every leftist thinks these are right wing things, but the kind of demonization of motherhood, the demonization of having children and of children themselves. Like the amount of people I know, bless their hearts, are just like, ugh, kids. I'm sorry. Kids and babies are the most precious thing. Like, we all see little puppies and little kitties and little baby hedgehogs and little baby monkeys, and we go, oh, they're so cute. And then, like, there's this certain progressive that sees a human baby or sees someone with kids and goes, ugh, annoying, ugh, I could never. And live your life,
or
you do you, but this kind of like, ugh, kids. Like, no, we should be taking kids very seriously, but like, that's our future. I don't care if you don't want to have them. This, ugh, gross, annoying. Oh, someone's having more kids. Oh, that's a lot of kids. Not like,
there's
wow,
no
that's
such
precious. I hope they have a good life.
and just this is very fresh for us because we were all just in Reno. We saw it multiple times. In fact, I saw one person who saw you having an exchange with a baby turn to me, and you were like all like, oh, because the baby was waving at you or whatever. It was like a little kid. It wasn't exactly a baby. It was like a little kid. And the person turned to me and said, I didn't know they made them that small. And it's like, the funny thing about those kinds of comments is like they're also like true. It's like, no, you really didn't though. Like you've never actually met one, have you? You've never actually spent more than 3 seconds with a small child or a
Like a
baby.
small young child, yeah.
Like Anne, when was the first time that you ever held a baby?
The first time I held like a newborn baby in my whole life was like 2 years ago. Like I was well into my 20s and I've never really been around like like a baby. I used to babysit a whole bunch when I was in high school, and even middle school, but that was like toddlers to like, I mean, maybe even beyond toddlers. Like probably 3 was the youngest I ever babysat. So I always knew that I liked kids. I liked the playfulness and the imagination, but like a precious like under 1 year old baby, I had just never, I still to this day have like that is the only baby I've ever held in my life outside of the robot baby that I had to take home for a 3-day weekend in high school in my human development class. That like a real kind of looking baby, and we had to put on this little bracelet with like a microchip or whatever. And then every time the baby would start crying, we'd have to like scan in with the microchip. And then we had to like figure out, oh, does it want to? So it registered that we were taking care of it. And we had to figure out, like, oh, does it want its fake bottle? Does it want its diaper change? Does it need to be like rocked? Like it was this motion censored thing with magnets that was feeding data to a computer. It was a weird experience, and I think in like media that I've seen it that kind of assignment used to be like caring for like a sack of flour or like an egg, but I feel like that would almost be better than this weird robot baby that like it's crying. With a real baby, I would know, oh, there's shit in its diaper. Like with this, I'm like, I don't know what it wants right now because it's a robot. Like it was the weirdest experience, and I think it gave me like a B, like an 83%, because I don't know, maybe its head got dropped because we're story time now, because I was like running. My parents' dog at the time was like this asshole who would like run away, like as the door was open he'd run away. So I'm carrying this baby and my dog's running away, and I'm like running down the street holding this robot baby chasing my dog, and I ended up falling with this robot baby in my hand. That was
If it
my
was
only experience with young newborn babies in my whole life, up until when I actually held a real newborn baby just a few years ago.
I heard that in real life, when you drop a baby on the ground and it lands on its head, it grows up to be a live stream commenter for our enemies' channels.
Okay, I didn't drop the baby on its head. I fell with the baby and sacrificed my favorite pair of jeans that got a big hole in them to like land in such a way that the baby didn't get hurt. But it
Yeah,
was a weird, it was a robotic
it
experience
is
that
weird.
didn't
It's
actually
really weird.
give me any sort of thing. It was almost
Could this
meant to be
explain?
like a form of birth control, and like, oh, look how hard this is. Like
Could
nothing about, like, yeah, parenthood is hard, but you have like a precious human that you probably birthed that loves you and that you love. This was like all the bad, like the hard parts, and it was also like embarrassing.
with none of the good parts?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also embarrassing, you
It was
said?
embarrassing. I'm like out in public. I'm like 16 years old with like a robot baby, and it just
Did
starts
the
crying, and I'm like, haha, gotta deal with my robot baby.
did the boys have to carry these around, or
Yeah, I think so. Like everyone in that class. Maybe people could opt out and do an alternative assignment. I don't remember, but yeah, I was.
teacher, can I show you that my pullout game is strong? Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
So yeah, there is
maybe
this kind
that's why
of
nobody wants to have babies, is because they were all given these robot babies.
yeah, there's like no intergenerationality really in my family. And I was telling Dave that now I'm starting, like Dave and I are kind of in that age range where our peers are having children. People that I know from various communities are having children, but I was never really around young babies outside of like babysitting growing up. And so there is I like this unfamiliarity with children, and only ever hearing stories about how it's so hard, and seeing movie footage about how it's so hard, and like birth looks like just this horrible thing because every scene of birth. I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second, can I? I'm gonna go off for
Uh,
a second. I can
do
also
it.
hold it.
Just do it. Do it.
Okay. The like portrayal in the media and conversations through these kind of like liberal influencers about having children and childbirth, I think also alienates people who might want to have them, or like scares them from it, and part of it is the way that childbirth is talked about and treated. And for me, like it's a very like it is a feminist issue because biological females, women, whatever, like they have the ability to give birth. Not only do they have the ability to, not to sound like a biological essentialist here, but like our bodies know how to do it if it should happen. Like it is natural to us in a sense. This like maternal or paternal instincts and the way that we kind of understand, oh yeah, that's natural. Like you have these senses, you have this intuition. Like also the actual process of like giving birth is something that for all of human history, women knew how to do, could do it with communities of other women and midwives and doulas. And like read Barbara Ehrenreich's little pamphlet, which is midwives and doulas. It's great. It's great little spiel.
Or
But
watch
when
Anne's
I was-
presentation. Watch Anne's presentation on it. Yeah.
Yeah. When I was in a sociology of sex and sexuality class my last year of college, the textbook had, if not a chapter, like a page or a little section on the medicalization of womanhood and particularly childbirth. And I found that to be just so interesting. This thing that like female animals can do and know how to do just instinctually. This thing that prior to modern medicine, women were doing for all of history, all of a sudden becomes this thing. I'm talking about childbirth, becomes this thing that like a normal, healthy pregnancy, oh, water breaks, oh, you get sent to the hospital and it gets treated like a medical emergency. Now, this if
A stressful one.
big thing about modern medicine is that we have the ability to address medical emergencies. We have C-sections. We have the ability to save a baby that might have, in nature, like from an animal or historically not have survived. So like that is great. But a normal natural pregnancy gets treated as like this thing that gets there's so much intervention. There's, oh, we got to do a check. We got to do a check. There's trying to speed up the process. We have to give drugs. We need to stick a giant fucking needle up your back for an epidural. Like, I get it. Your pain tolerance and whatever. Like, some people choose to have that, and that's your prerogative. But it just becomes this medical intervention. You sit like the normal way that we see in media, women giving birth is on their back with their legs up, spread wide. Like, that's not how you're supposed to give birth. One, you've got gravity working against you, but I've read before that kind of way of, okay, lean back, open your legs, makes it easier for the doctor, the male doctor at the time that this was normalized, for his sake. Not for the literal woman pushing a child out of her. Like, you should be squatting or in different positions where gravity and just like the positionality of it all is working in your favor, not on your back where your bones are like your pelvic bones are like blocking the baby from coming out. So that's all very weird and like anti-woman to me.
They're like, this way that we're having you lay is making it harder to get it out. Would you like us to cut you open?
Yeah. So I got really interested in that idea of like, oh, this medicalization of this thing that doesn't necessarily need to be medicalized. Like, there's ways of healthily, happily, safely having a child, giving birth to a child that isn't in like this sterile hospital environment where they're checking you constantly, like letting it kind of happen naturally when it's healthy and safe to do so, like makes, to me, just feels more empowering to the person who's giving birth. Like I would personally rather give birth at my house or at like a calming environment where there's maybe like one or two other female like doulas or midwives present who have the medical training to know what to do if there's an emergency, but for the most part it's like I'm in charge, I'm in a bathtub, or I'm like chilling, I get to eat. Yeah, like this idea that, oh, you're not supposed to eat. It's because of all the fucking IVs and medicine they're injecting you with that could give you nausea. That's why you're not supposed to eat. Like labor is an intensive process. You should be allowed to like eat if you need to. So I got really into that. And then I just, from that, noticing and paying attention to the ways in which people talk about pregnancy and childbirth in this kind of like consumer choice way. Like, oh, my body couldn't handle it. That's too hard for me. Or like some influencer saying, like, oh yeah, I had a baby. The pregnancy part, not for me. And it's this, in me saying that, it's not to invalidate anyone's experience of having like a really hard pregnancy, because that's super valid. I know that lots of people do have easier or harder pregnancies, but like you're still capable of doing it. Like it gets muddy and I hate talking about it because it ends up sounding biologically essentialist. Like, well, no, your body was made for that. And I'm always kind of talking to this like liberal big other so I don't get canceled. Whatever. I don't fucking care. Um, all that is to say, I
We'll
just noticed.
all purge ourselves of that eventually.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the amount of just media coverage or the way that it gets shown and talked about in the media, on TV, like through other people, it usually tends to be very negative. Oh, I can't do this. I'm not capable of doing this. It's so hard. I would never do it again. You see this footage or like only hear these horror stories. There's some TikToker who has like a series with it's like a 1,000-part series at this point of reasons not to have a baby. And I just saw a clip of it just today or yesterday where it was like this woman was like, you know what they never told me about pregnancy? You know how normally people in their first trimester get really sick? Well, I have this condition that makes me sick every single day. I throw up every single day, and I have to take off my clothes when I throw up because the baby's head is pushing against my bladder. So every time I throw up, I also piss myself. And so this person's like, "Oh, adding that to the list of 1,000 reasons not to have a baby." And so it's
That's like
like
saying
not to be pregnant. Like, yeah, that does not sound
that's like
pleasant.
sounds like a you problem though. That doesn't sound like a fucking problem with babies, you know.
Yeah, so like the difficulty of pregnancy gets conflated with like, oh, don't have a kid, babies are stupid, having a baby is stupid. Um, and I think all of this was to just get to like this anti-natality
Yeah.
sentiment that I personally see and experience in like some of the media that I consume with my friends that are
Mm.
like so anti-children and just think, oh, I could never possibly do that. That sounds so difficult. And then they go and make life-altering decisions so they never have the possibility of having a child. And to me, it just like getting kind of back to the woo-woo-ness and being connected to nature. It's like if you do choose to have a child, to bear a child, like you should trust yourself. You should trust that your body knows what it's doing. You should feel confident and capable and empowered through the whole experience, even if it is hard, like knowing that your birth is going to go how you want it to go, and that it's going to be comfortable and safe and not in this weird sterile environment where they're like cutting your cord too early. That's another one. Oh my gosh, like I'm mad about this. Like it feels anti-woman when like they give birth. Okay. You give birth to the baby, but there's a placenta, and the placenta is attached to the uterine wall, and it is what is giving nutrients and blood to your baby through the umbilical cord that is attached to their belly button. Like that is attached to the placenta. And so you birth the baby, but you also have to like birth the placenta. Well, you're supposed to let the baby and the placenta like stay attached to each other through the umbilical cord until the umbilical cord turns white, until the baby gets all of the nutrients and all of the blood back from the placenta. But like this is another video that I just saw, and this is a common practice where they will cut the cord so early. And so women now have to like advocate, like, hey, can you fucking let the umbilical cord and the placenta do what it's gonna do? Because they're in such a rush. Like there's this, institutionalized process of let's yank the placenta out of you. Like that is the number one cause, or it's one of the largest causes of hemorrhaging for women is when the birthing of the placenta gets rushed because they literally want to force it out of you when it's not done like doing its process. Like that feels so wrong and icky to me. And so just everything around like modern kind of medicalized birth and the language around it and the fear around it, it feels very anti-natalistic, I suppose. And that's like my soapbox. That is my like, oh, that I feel like for me is such a pressing, not a pressing issue, but like it's something that we need to take seriously if we want to have more happy, healthy babies, because then we could maybe in a future episode we can talk about the like looming quote unquote population crisis supposedly that will hit us in generations because the rate of children being born is not the same as the rate of people who are reaching retirement, blah 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 blah.
Let's bring in the Collinses on that one. Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Yes.
Like Tony on one time got a bunch of flack from elements of his, like maybe the two leftoid corners of his audience that were like so upset that like intellectuals had something to say, but they weren't leftists, and they were on his channel talking about the fertility crisis and the replacement
audacity.
rate. Yeah. They're like, oh, it's dog whistles for eugenicists. They're eugenicists. And it's like, yeah, if you are concerned about having like 1/3 as many people of like our age compared to the people who are old in just like 20 years, yes. That is, I guess, a eugenics kind of concern, because eugenics is, at the end of the day, just caring about humans breeding. It's caring about that. I hate to be the person who comes along and says, hey, you know that word that's like evil? It's actually just a word. And we actually have to talk about the different kinds that there are, because if you really want to get technical, choosing your mate, if you're going to reproduce, that is a eugenics. In a sort of set, it's soft. It's very soft eugenics. Birth control is a soft eugenic. I don't think anyone has a problem with soft eugenics. It's just the hard kind that people get upset about, you know?
Oh gosh.
But I want to read Kier's comments. I keep putting that off.
Please.
She said adults really seem to. Oh no! First she said, "Oh man, I'd love to read an essay about natality and these high school robot babies."
Yeah.
I mean, really just like reflecting on that and some of these interpersonal experiences that you keep going back to. I think there's just, I think most people, it's like, at least to me, it's so alien. It's so weird. But then she said, adults really seem to split, where those with kids hardly ever see their friends without kids and vice versa. Yeah, and that's a really like heartbreaking tendency. But it's also like people split when they quit drinking. You know, the people who drink keep drinking, the people who quit drinking, they go do, and you know, if we were to really zoom out, there'd be like some kind of like overlap, a significant overlap between the non-drinking people with children and the people who are still drinking who don't have children, like almost like there's two phases of life thing going on. But you also have parents who keep drinking, and you have but I'm just saying, like, these kind of splits are inevitable. That's one of the other things we're talking. The way that Anne talks about it also will be like all these people who are content or excited about their individualist consumer lives and their careers that they're currently on. It's really hard to imagine any of the people that they currently hang out with actually being there for them when they're old.
Because they'll also be old. Because they're just friends with their peers who are all their same age.
it's like the intergenerational sort of like, oh, I support these people because I'm of this age, and then eventually I get supported by these people like that. It can be very oppressive. Like, and I've met people who are actually like extremists on this point. Like I met a libertarian who thought that it should, like, we should go extreme on this one, and basically no, like it's ideal that old people are being sent off to old folks' homes to be taken care of by others, because who wants them around trying to influence my children? Like that was kind of his attitude. That was for an episode of People in Our Lives back in the day. It was actually crazy. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? But because it's like, what does a good life amount to if you end up just sitting around like a bored piece of shit at the end of your life for like 10 years? Now, of course, if you're like Zen Buddha out here and this is like great, well then fantastic. Your grandmas have a great life. You know what I mean? But that's also because your grandmas have like all kinds of people in their lives. They got no shortage of different generations of people who are coming through on a regular basis. And it's just like, it's like these people who just have like this lifestyle high school mentality. It's just like they think they belong to this peer group that is just its own little piece of history, and everything that matters happens within it. It started with them and it ends with them. And it's just weird. It doesn't make any sense. And I guess some people think it's normal. But then something we said got Kier to do the cult alarm. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it's the whole people splitting off with their kids. Let us know, Kier, what you're talking about. Then she said it feels as though
It's not. Is it the cult alarm or it's an going off sound drop?
oh, I think that might be what it is. Yeah,
Probably. I mean,
but when Kier does those little emojis, it means
true. It could be the red flag.
cold. Yeah. But she said it feels as though feminism has become disembodied in several different senses.
And that's where nature, like not just the outdoors, but like our bodies, and not even in a like biologically, not in a biologically essentialist way, but like taking care of our bodies, understanding them in such a way that we could solve mental strife or struggles through like addressing this first before put a pill in it, go to the doctor, prescribe, like, you know, the being embodied in this body and tarrying with that and dealing with that is kind of part of the nature nurture natality discourse. Is like, what does it mean to be a human in a body, and how, like, what is our responsibility, and how do we take that seriously?
Yes.
And understand and take good care of our bodies before we medically intervene, whatever that means.
Yeah, and part of what I was getting at a long time ago when I brought up the whole thing about I care about the subject, I care about the world, I care about change. I like, these are major sort of concepts to unpack and try to understand across history and the different kinds of theories of these things. Well, if you want a robust theory of the subject, Mikey's made it no secret. He thinks that Lacan gives you the most sophisticated theory of the subject to date. Okay. Well, yeah, it's kind of like this thing that's accumulated amazing insights from so many other thinkers up until that point. But for him, the unconscious is structured like a language, and then he talks about it and he'll refer to it, and it has certain kind of dynamics or whatever. And there are things that Lacanians can say that I take to be interesting, or insightful. There's a lot of very insightful things that Lacanians say. Psychoanalysis is just a treasure trove of very insightful things, as well as just like, well, I guess maybe it's that way. Like, okay, sounds like you're saying it's this way, or that this thing that happens this way happens for all of these reasons. And then those sound complicated. and baseless. And then you'll just say, well, Lacan, he was in the clinic. He saw it with his own eyes. And I'm like, cool. I've seen all kinds of shit with my own eyes. I'm also smart. Don't tell me that I'm supposed to just take it from you, that you got it from him, and that he had it figured out. With all that said, when it comes to thinking socioanalytically, which is what I've been really trying to do with my lectures and seminars, the point is to complicate the unconscious thesis, not to get rid of it, but to complicate it. And so it's like Lacan lays a good basis for that, talking about the big other, the symbolic order, the imaginary, the real, symbolic, very, very good. But there can be different kinds of unconscious. And some might be structured like languages, and others might be structured like something else. That's first of all possible. Second of all, there could be complex and interesting relationships between the different kinds of unconscious that there are. So there could be an institutional unconscious in the school. The school itself could have an institutional unconscious. When we talk about the invisible syllabus, we're getting at a kind of institutional unconscious. There's an implicit framing device and sort of mechanisms playing themselves out that are bigger than the administrators, that came about at some point in history as a response to something specific, probably as an explicit solution being advanced by the progressive PMC of the early 20th century as a part of the public education vision. And then because it created problems, there's been ways to mitigate those problems. And some of those have been conscious and others have just been functionalist, pragmatic, like working by the, just trying to find something to work. And then there's reasons that those things work that go beyond the administrator's knowledge. So all of that's getting at something unconscious, but it's definitely not Freud's repressed reservoir of impulses. And it's definitely not the collective unconscious of a Jung. That would be like a transhistorical, archetypical, but no. What we're talking by saying that there might be an unconscious to the institution, it really opens the door to socioanalysis. That is a sort of analysis that would bring in habitus and field, because every field has its own unconscious. And if you can adopt or learn or happen to already be predisposed towards the kind of disposition that is capable of getting a lot from a certain field as opposed to some other field. So let's just say football as opposed to theater. That's because something about your disposition is able to work within that field, but that field has its own kind of unconscious dynamics. And you don't have to understand any theory to navigate a field if you've got the elusio for it. So there's a whole thing that we can kind of get into that I don't want to get into. I just kind of wanted to set it up as something we'll come back to, because I am really interested in the unconscious, and I'm very interested in institutions, especially just like some people's lives are not mostly structured by institutions, whereas other people's lives have been mostly structured by institutions. The lack of institutionalization or copious amounts of specific kinds of institutionalization as opposed to other kinds have different kinds of effects on different kinds of people. And when they are being applied to the human population, there are statistical rates that certain kinds of people are being produced as opposed to other kinds of people. And like, that's an interesting thing to think about. So when we're thinking about nurture and nature and natality, part of what I'm thinking about is the unconscious of all of that. And so like a person might be unconsciously fiending to bring something new into the world. And maybe they need to do that with a baby, but maybe they need to do that with something else. But what they have are simulacrum and simulations of natality. What capital is doing is not murdering natality, but it's providing people all kinds of things that kind of hijack the conditions of possibility for genuine natality. And I'll just think of like an extreme, porn is an obvious example of something related to the most primordial form of natality being hijacked. Well, we could think about that place where we were playing skee ball the other day, and the dolls in the little claw machines were like these insanely sexually explicit, like hentai
like anime
characters, like
things that looked like 12-year-olds kind of sitting in these provocative. It was weird. It was weird.
Yeah, some with really big titties, but still like, it was weird. And it was just like very like 14-year-old boy kind of toy, except that when I was 14, these kind of toys were not around, not that I'm aware of. And so it was just like interesting, but like that's just like an example. There's probably all kinds of ways that we could think about like how young women are preyed upon and sold some kind of a substitute that's supposed to satisfy that itch. But I think everybody wants to be involved in something real. And it's not just about bringing something new into the world, which is, I think, a trap for progressives. Progressives always just want change and the new, and it's
Yeah.
It's sickening. It's disgusting. It's a cringe failure of the imagination, and it's a complete symptom of the gerrymandering of Befindlichkeit, because it just doesn't make any sense. Like new for the sake of new does not make sense. But like
Yeah.
specific kinds of newness, like new life, springtime, the sprouts on their way, like, you know what I mean? Like the baby goats, like, I don't know.
Or
There's
like a project that matters.
there we go.
This sense of the good life, like that will make your own life better, that will make the people's lives around you better, or the community better, or the world
Yeah.
better. So that I think what you're
Exactly.
getting at, this itch to like build or create something outside of yourself that matters for a lot of people, that manifests in like wanting to create a baby with the person that they're with, that they love. But like it can be both, and I think people should have at least like a something that they are working towards. New music, a project like Theory Underground, or a book, or like I don't know, something artistic or something meaningful to them that they get to create and put time and energy and care and attention into, to take it from nothing and turn it into something.
Yeah. And I like what Indie Prime said. The segmentation of the elderly is, again, in my opinion, symbolic of the failed avoidance of death rather than its confrontation, either through theology and or reproduction. And I'll just say real fast that like natality is sort of like a counter to death. Like the two are related. I don't want to say they're dialectically related. We have to think about that very deeply before we make such a suggestion. But, one of the points of, a lot of people, they'll say Heidegger thinks too much about death. Well, yeah, but his insights about death are very important. And he's not just focused on death. In fact, when he talks about death, he's not talking about biological perishing. He's talking about the fact that things fall apart eventually, like projects fall apart. And so people won't take on projects because they're afraid that their project will fall apart, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, but Arendt brings about the concept of natality to stress the importance of it, because it's something that Heidegger really doesn't seem to get. He gets it a little bit, but not far enough. And then Luce Irigaray is a great example of a theorist who is trained under Lacan, critiques Heidegger's sexism or whatever, his implicit sort of sexism. And so I'll just give the short version, because Anne was thinking about care in relation to nurture, nature, natality. I just want to say that the basic thing is like Heidegger is doing an immanent critique of instrumentalization and everything being functional in Being and Time. And then, of course, he goes through a period where he's completely functional and instrumentalized because he's a rector for the Nazi party and blah, blah, blah. And then he tries to walk it back for the rest of his life. He becomes very into poetry and myth. Well, the period that I care about, this period when he is in his prime, in my opinion, there's still like that little poet in him that cares about challenging instrumentalization and functionalism. And So most people just read Division 1 and they just think about the readiness to hand versus the presence at hand. They think about the tool, and the tool only has its meaning within the relationship to other tasks and all of this stuff. And there's different ways of relating to the tool, whether you're perceiving it under a microscope or if you're actually using it. And so scientific knowledge versus use knowledge, readiness to hand. Great. But how does care come in? And the real quick answer is just that care, as he's theorizing it, is the precondition for what Schopenhauer thinks of as will, for what Nietzsche thinks of as will to power, for what Husserl calls intentionality. And so care is like this fundamental giving a fuckness that we have about the world. It's an investment in the world. And then of course he says that the person who's like disinvested from the world, they can only be disinvested because at the fundamental level, they are just that kind of being for whom their life is an issue, right? So it's like, oh, I don't care. I've given up. I'm depressed. Well, yeah, that's because you care. And you can't find purpose or meaning, or, et cetera, et cetera. But then Irigaray will basically come along and say, hey, yeah, that's great. Heidegger's trying to theorize the human. He's talking about Dasein. Here's the thing, though. Everything about this Dasein is like a conquering, exploring, venturing kind of male kind of creature. Like there's something very masculine, or as Derrida would say, phallogo-logocentric, right, about the sort of imperial Dasein. And of course,
as well as just this like not hyperfixation, but like only talking about death from Heidegger and not its inverse being birth, which at the beginning of the Natality book is kind of how Jennifer Banks starts, is by saying there's all this philosophy about death. Everyone can philosophize about death, but no one's really philosophized or theorized or thought very deeply about how we all were birthed, we all were born, we all came from a womb, and what does that mean, and why is that significant?
For now.
But yeah, and for now. But yeah, so like my question, which I think you're starting to answer, which I don't think I ever asked on the stream, was like, which is fine, is there, because the word care just coming up in our conversation in the car yesterday that we've kind of played out again here could be or could have like a feminine connotation or like kind of relating to nurture. And so my question for Dave was remind me what Heidegger says about care.
Mm-hmm.
And then is there a feminist reading of Heidegger, or a feminist understanding of care as it relates to Dasein, as it relates to humans?
Right.
And not say like I say care being kind of something we think about more with the feminine as something that we all have inside of us. That is just something that I think, sometimes consider care and nurture as like more of a feminine quality or feminine trait. And so I was wondering about that. I do want to ask though, according to the TU master sheet, why left is supposed to be starting right now. Is
Yep.
that still true? Do we have
Yeah, I know.
time?
We have to cut it. We have to cut this off. Yeah, that's why I just said what I said, is because I just
Yeah,
kind
and
of wanted,
perhaps
wanted
this is
to
a
I wanted
good
to rush it.
pausing point, yeah, to continue out. So I've officially, we've gotten to the point where I've posed the questions. You've kind of given us a little hint, and I really look forward to getting the full answer and kind of letting you talk to us more about Heidegger and bringing in some of the philosophy. I think this was necessary to like ground us in, well, why are Dave and Ann talking about care as it relates to Heidegger, as it relates to nature, nurture, and natality, and all the steps that got us here. And so I look forward to that conversation.
And we'll continue that, as well as what's wrong with Colleen Ballinger in the next one.
Oh, great.
That was like our big goal of the conversation, but we did what
I
we
know
wanted.
we were like gonna talk about some pop culture stuff as it relates, but blah blah blah. It's
Thanks,
fine.
everybody. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Peace.
Bye.
Oh, hold on, folks. Why is the PSA still not playing after all of the work I did to make it play? Hold on. Jeez Louise, for real? Oh, this is what happens. You go on one little trip across the world, and then you come back, and then you have to set everything up like nothing. Hold on. It really is like that. Like every time I leave this computer, I should never be allowed to leave this computer. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Welcome, Benjamin. We're on the we're trying to be on the PSA, but I gotta figure out how to roll it here really quick. Yeah, and maybe you could take a quick little peek there at the
You
chat.
can
if
support
there's
the
anything
free and
else.
public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon. But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. You know, the CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and I'm gonna look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah, so the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university, they criticize the left, they don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks, but you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube, and they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you are in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. Yeah. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.
Oh, hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. We got to the black screen of death. Oh, no. Lost half of the current viewers. Oh, no. I mean, they trickled away slowly over the PSA. They always do, because there's people who love it. People who are busy, too busy to change the channel just because there's a commercial on. And then you have people who are clicking in and out of things. And welcome. It's time to start clicking in because we're really going to get into it here in a second. I just got to change the title of the stream and ask a question on the poll. We definitely need the question on the poll to get people clicking. Not just clicking, but clicking the like button. I forgot to do that on the previous 2 segments of this, and so we only have 23 likes. People, this is a situation that must be remedied. Benjamin, what should be, so it's, did you already like it? Yes, no, what's the third one today?
Maybe go walk off a bridge.
Perfect. Maybe go walk off a bridge. There we go. All right. And then I'm just gonna, so the current title is Lots of Stuff Going On, plus Introduction to Political Theory. And then I'm going to put a question mark inside of parentheses just to keep people on their toes. And then I'm going to say I'm ready to hit the record button in 3, 2. Oh, it's sitting here going like loading. So okay. No, still not. Okay, now we're good.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Studebaker.
I'm David McCarricker. You're listening to Why Left.
So Dave is back in Idaho now. And because he's back in Idaho, I'm going to tell him a little bit about what has been happening while everybody's been on vacation. There's been some stuff in the news. You may have noticed that Vivek Ramaswamy got to hot water on Twitter with a tweet about Americans failing to value nerds appropriately. You may also have noticed that the Canadian government is in deep trouble. Trudeau is in hiding at a ski resort and not coming home until the 6th. Did you not hear about this?
Why are people upset that he's at a ski resort?
So at this point, not only has the NDP, the third party in Canada, vowed to try to force an election, but also members of Trudeau's own party are asking him to resign to give the party a better chance in the next election, which at the very latest will be in October. The thing is that Canadian political parties don't have good formal mechanisms for replacing party leaders. Party leaders are deeply insulated in Canadian parties in a way they're not in, say, Australia or the UK. So this means that if Trudeau doesn't resign, he can't be forced out by the party members, by the MPs or the members of the party in some kind of formal leadership challenge. And so what he's doing is he's on vacation at a ski resort, and he says he'll come back on the 6th, and then at that point he'll make some kind of decision. But this has kept everybody in suspense because this began right before the holidays with his finance minister. I think it's the finance minister or deputy leader or one of the other bigwigs in the party decided to resign over his budget. This is someone who had historically been his close ally within the party for many years. She quit, said that his budget is inadequate, that he's not fit to lead, that the government can't go forward with this budget. She accused him of spending frivolously and argued that
some
this
neoliberal intervention, you know.
And it also has something to do with Trump. The Canadians are convinced that Trump is going to start a tariff war with them. And so there's all of this panic in Canada about how to deal with incoming American tariffs. And her argument was that they needed to wait to spend money until after they know what the content of the tariffs are so that there can be some kind of response to the tariffs. And he wants to spend more preemptively to try to put the Canadian economy in position to absorb whatever happens. At this point, he's been in office for a very, very long time. Yeah, and his personal popularity has taken a lot of hits over the years. So at this point, it's very hard to see how the Liberal Party can win an election. But until very recently, Trudeau's thinking was that they could squeeze out another minority government with a decent enough election result in October, that they could make an argument in terms of the economy. But I think his thinking was also very much shaped by this idea that Harris might win in the United States and that would produce a more favorable climate for liberalism in general in North America, that there would be a desire to have a leader that would get along well with Harris. Well, that didn't happen. So now, with the finance person walking out of the government and many, many people openly saying to journalists that he should quit, it's hard to see how he can carry on. And yet the Trudeau family in Canada is very resilient. They have often come out of very difficult, nasty situations and found a way to hang around in Canadian politics. So we'll see what happens. But looking at the polling, it seems completely hopeless.
I feel like last time I heard about Trudeau, he was hiding. That was with the truckers. The truckers.
Yes,
strike.
Trudeau often strategically just doesn't make public appearances. He sorts out that at this particular juncture, saying or doing anything will only make the problem worse. He thinks if he waits, the story will cool off a bit and the pressure on him to do particular things will ease up. And so by waiting for the holidays to pass and using the holidays and then taking this ski trip to extend the holidays into January a bit, he's hoping to buy enough time that people calm down and forget some of the things that have happened.
Whoa. Yeah. Sounds like legitimacy, the sort of canary in the coal mine, that there's some kind of a legitimacy crisis afoot.
And of course, a new election, getting rid of the government, it's not necessarily going to improve the situation. In the UK right now, the Prime Minister, the opposition party leader, Kemi Badenoch of the Conservative Party, and the Reform Party leader, Nigel Farage, all have net favorability ratings of -30 to -40 points. And this is after an election within the last year to replace the very unpopular Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. They not only had an election to replace the prime minister, within the Conservative Party, they had a leadership contest to bring in somebody new. And despite all of this new blood in the system, the approvals, the favorability ratings are all firmly in the toilet already. The amount of time that you're able to buy with these elections and these leadership contests is not very large anymore in a lot of these countries.
Okay, so we've got Trudeau is in hiding. What was the other thing we just?
Oh, unpopular British party leaders.
Unpopular
But
British.
the other thing I mentioned before was the Vivek Ramaswamy tweet. Did you see that?
No, I never actually read it, but I saw a bunch of people talking about how he had said something on Substack, and because I'm close enough through Substack to some of these people who really are invested in the Republican Party right now, and like they think that there's some kind of grand realignment in the works, and so there's people that are very upset right now because they're like, MAGA's ruined by bringing Musk and however you say that fucker's name. I don't even know. Ramaswamy? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy. Okay. That fucker. Sorry, Ramaswamy. No personal, nothing personal. I'm just like, I've heard a lot of good things and a lot of bad things about him. I've never actually watched him talk. I've never read anything he's written, so I can't say anything about him really.
This is making me want to actually pull up that tweet and
I'll-
read it out to you and get your take on it, because I think your take on it would be really interesting. And I'd love to hear it personally. I've been really fascinated by what people think of this tweet. I think it says a lot about where people are at on American politics, the way they respond to it.
I think I agree, just off of your your sort of pass from earlier, but like you got screen share abilities if you wanna share it.
Yeah. Let's put the show on the other foot. I'm going to ask you about something.
Okay,
for
yeah.
change.
Yeah, the week is supposed to be how you trigger me back.
yeah. We've got. I do have the week sitting over here, and I can trigger you with the week, but I also want to trigger you with this Vivek Ramaswamy tweet.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, do you see it?
It says Benjamin Studebaker has started screen sharing, but I don't see anything.
Up. Did it go?
Now I see it.
There we go. Awesome. Okay, so Vivek says, and I'm quoting Vivek, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college. It starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, or Zack and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact. I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows, precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chillin', more extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s, or even now, who raise their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent, and if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. That's the work we have cut out for us, rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence. I'm confident we can do it. American flag, American flag. This tweet has 116 million views, 153,000 likes, 39,000 bookmarks, 51,000 replies, 44,000 retweets. It is a banger. And it completely dominated politics Twitter throughout the Christmas break. It came out on the 26th, and the entire week following it was completely focused on H-1B discourse, as different parts of the Republican Party took wildly different stances with regard to it. But before I say anything else about it, I want to hear what Dave thinks.
For clarification, is H-1B a visa thing?
Yes, H-1B is a visa program, and there are certain things that could be said about that visa program. But before I dig into some of the arguments, I do want to get your initial take on the tweet, your reaction.
All right. So I'm surprised anyone was surprised. I'm surprised this was spicy. Like, I guess based off of the conversation we had with Nina recently on what's right about, like, what is the right and what are the contradictions within the right now. I guess the tech versus trad sort of axis, like, you know, so it's like it seems like this is kind of taking the side of tech versus trad, and it also seems like this is taking the side of elite versus popular, like populist. So I mean, you could be tech and pro populist, but being yeah, so like one does not necessarily mean the other. But the reason this is not surprising at all, though, to me, as something that he would say, is because this is just, I think, the thing that most Republicans think about everything. Like, this is like their solution for everything. It's like, oh, so actually, you know, people think that math exams are white supremacy because it disproportionately black kids aren't doing as well. Well, guess what? That's culture, because look, and this is just, you know, your average Republican talking. They'll say, look, Japanese kids are killing it. Berkeley has to try to keep them out because otherwise the whole UC school chain will be taken over by Asians. Like, this is actual, like, this is stuff that happens. Policies get put in place to keep out too many Asians because, and then they'll always bring it back to, like, it's the culture. They're just great that they know how to rear their young. And then I'm like, great, why don't you go fucking be in an Asian family if you like it so much? I've never heard any good things from any of my friends who are like, yeah, that was great. No, it's not. You're being, like, bludgeoned all day and all night by the people who love you so that they can get you to, like, hyper optimize yourself so that you can be an instrument of capital. Like, it turns you into an achievement junkie for all the wrong reasons. You know, it's like, oh, we want creative problem solving in STEM. But of course, it's not creative problem solving that is being incentivized. It's taking orders and solving a specific kind of person's problems that they want you to focus on. And so you're going to spend your whole life focusing on a specific kind of problem and so Ramaswamy is presumably that kind of person. He just thinks that's what being smart is all about. That's what being a nerd is all about. And it's like, I think the Hollywood shows that he's referring to are probably good examples of that. I mean, I'm more close to, like, I've seen enough Big Bang Theory to be like, Sheldon's probably a good example of like, you know, the kind of guy he wants to take the side of, right? Is that right? Would it be Sheldon? Yeah. And it's like, you know, here's the part I like about it. Okay, I always want to address the part that's like onto something. Mediocrity is 100% what Americans are all about. But I'm sorry, getting your nerds to be centered and uplifted and putting them first in a system that's just going to fucking kill them, right? Like that's not any better. That's also oh, hey, let's have our nerds focus all of their wonderful powers on producing more profitable mediocrity. That sounds nice. That's what Ramaswamy wants. That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing fascinates me. And one of the things that I think is really interesting is the use of the term engineers. So when they say engineers, they want you to think in terms of the people who like design the computers and design the machines. But overwhelmingly, the majority of people who get H-1B visas are not engineers. They don't have degrees in engineering. They don't design hardware. They're software engineers, by which they don't mean people with engineering degrees. They mean people with computer science degrees. They mean developers. H-1B is mainly about developers. What do developers do? You tell them what you want programmed, and they develop it. They put it into a coding language, and they lay it out. It requires less in terms of coursework to be a developer and to graduate with a computer science degree than it does to be an engineer and graduate with, for instance, a computer engineering degree or an electrical engineering degree. Or so even when we're just talking about the world of engineers here, we are not talking about the very, very, very most sophisticated people in terms of educational background. We're not talking about the most rigorous kind of STEM education. That's not to say that there aren't very talented software engineers or very talented people who do computer science. But in terms of what's required to get the degree, it's an easier degree to obtain. Someone with a CS degree doesn't have to understand what a Raspberry Pi is in a way that a computer engineer does. They don't have to be able to build or design a computer. They work on the hardware that's given to them by the engineers.
Oh,
and they work in coding languages. They know a lot of coding languages, but of course, this is something that is easier to automate.
Yeah, it is easier to automate. So it's one of these examples of them like uplifting a kind of work that is necessarily short term. It's like, oh yeah, drilling in North Dakota is gonna bring so many jobs. Yeah, you mean ghost towns in 5 years, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so this is the thing that I think is the most messed up about it, which is that if you did glorify this and you changed the education system to prioritize developers, producing developers, that would, and indeed, if you look at what is going on in this field, they are hard at work automating this stuff. The natural language models are very much geared toward producing code. This is one of the few things they do very well. We tend to judge the LLMs in terms of their ability to do humanities, but they're really built to replace coders and developers. And that's what they're much better at. What they're going to want is, you know, one of these developers to check the code from the machines instead of an army of them actually writing the code. That's where they're going to want this to ultimately go. So if we did change the education system to favor developers, if we stopped importing developers and we just changed the education system, I think we would end up setting a lot of people up for failure. Not only would we get rid of all of the other kinds of excellence that plausibly an education system might be designed to produce in terms of the humanities, in terms of sports or art, but we also, I think, would produce the wrong kinds of STEM people in much the same way that back in the day we overproduced lawyers because we told people if you don't want to do STEM, then you have to go into law. And so everybody who didn't want to do STEM and wanted to do arts, humanities, tried to become a lawyer all at once. And it was, of course, a total disaster. And law is something it's quite difficult to import people to do because they have to be familiar specifically with not just American law, but the laws of the state in which they live. So you can't even try to solve that problem with immigration. And that problem wasn't solved with automation. It was just solved by encouraging way too many people to do that as a way of trying to survive capitalism all at once. And I think that's, really setting people up for failure and an enormously cruel thing to do, to tell people that this is the way to end up with a middle class life. But also, I think that this is one of the things that raises questions for me about the immigration policy, because if you don't bring in immigrants and you have a kind of bidding war in these sectors and the wages go up and up and up, this sends a price signal to the labor market, which results in parents and schools wanting to reform the education system to outfit their kids to get these jobs. So I do think one of the concerns is that if you were to stop importing engineers to do this work, and the wages for, I shouldn't use the word engineers, we're talking about developers. But if you stop importing developers, the effect of this will be that the wages will go up to the point at which there will be a demand to change the education system. And so while it would be good for the domestic developers to get a wage increase, the downstream effects in terms of what it might result in terms of education reform, would, I think, be very devastating in the medium to long term. And this is where I think the Vivek tweet is really instructive. Vivek is saying, support the H-1B visa program. And if you don't support it, support dramatic reforms to the education system to produce large numbers of coders and developers. And we were just a couple of years removed from a moment where there was a lot of layoffs at these software companies, and a bunch of these developers were all of a sudden out of jobs. That happened as recently as, I think, around 2022. There was a great big firing in California of developers. And to say to people now, oh, this is the way forward, go become a developer, I don't think that's the answer. At the same time, I am sympathetic to people who are developers, who are just continuously exploited and screwed over. I am sympathetic to the people who do this kind of work. And I'm also sympathetic to the engineers, who I have many people in my life that I love who are engineers, and they tell me that there are so few people that can do the work well, and that when their companies are hiring engineers, they struggle to hire enough good ones quickly and efficiently enough. And yet that's not what the H-1B program is bringing in. It's not bringing in top-end engineering talent in fields like aero-astro or nuclear. No, it's just developers. It's just CS, bachelor's degrees, developers. It's not inventors.
And it's not the nerds that he's talking about either.
It's the coders. It's an army of coders, which is not the same thing as an army of engineers. The thing that I think is really funny about this is that humanities people are, by and large, so out of touch with the sciences that they don't understand that when we're talking about coders, we are not talking about very, very high-end scientists. And these things have been conflated together in their minds to the point at which they can't tell the difference. So when they use a term like engineer instead of a term like developer, and that's been the big change in the last 10 to 15 years, is the developers want to be called software engineers, so people will think of them as engineers. And the effect of this is to create enormous confusion about what the program is actually for and who it actually brings in. And this is leaving aside some of the more out there abuses that people talk about in terms of the program being used to bring in people in other fields where it's questionable whether there is a need in those fields for those particular things, and where employers are exploiting the program to try to push down wages. Even leaving that aside, the bulk of who's coming in through H-1B, it's not science innovators. That is not true. And yet the word engineer is so ubiquitous in the discussion. The tech guys who want the program to, if anything, be expanded, always use the word engineer to describe the kind of STEM person that ostensibly they want. And in framing this in terms of excellence, they really confuse people about what it is that they actually want the education system to produce.
I think the concern for me, it's like this realization that STEM, which was already a problem in a sort of sense, which we can get into. I mean, I love science, technology, engineering, and math. That's what STEM stands for, everybody. It's really simple. But the fixation on that, and that becoming like this sort of telos of the schooling system already. You know, of course, there's still English classes, there's still literature and creative writing. You know, these things still exist. Theater programs still exist, extracurriculars still exist, but it's a struggle. And what are you going to do with that when you grow up? Kind of questions never go away. And so the concern then is that STEM, which was already a problem, then becomes a Trojan horse for turning everybody into developers, not scientists, not technicians, not engineers, and not mathematicians. They're like STEM. And really what they mean is help with robotics a little bit, but not to such an extent that we can't replace you.
What they really mean is, remember the old Steve Ballmer thing from, almost 20 years ago now? Developers, 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 developers.
No, I don't remember.
Classic. One of the earliest viral YouTube videos is somebody having songified Steve Ballmer at a Microsoft, one of those big Microsoft meetings where Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, the bald guy, he would come out and try to hype up the developers. And he would stamp around on stage in front of an auditorium full of people with sweat pouring out of his body, completely soaking the shirt. And he would go, "Come on, developers, developers, developers." You'd make a huge thing out of it.
It sounds like it was ripe for yeah. Props to whoever saw the music in that. Totally remixing that makes sense. I gotta watch it now. So basically, yeah, that's sort of what this fixation on STEM is smuggling in, and then they try to add the A for arts and call it STEAM. But we already know what STEAM is, and it has to do with video games. It has nothing to do with art. And, I'm just joking. But it's like, I'm sorry, but the arts need to be in a space of schole. And what you're talking about is a space of pure pragma. And so this, and maybe techne, except is there a lower form of techne that you would bring in here? Because techne can also be like this dignified thing.
Well, when the Greeks were thinking about techne, it was a pre-industrial context. So it wasn't assembly line kinds of work. So your techne was actually a craft. It was an artisan craft or skill. It was not alienated to the degree at which it would subsequently become alienated under capitalism. So I think it's a difficult question whether the kinds of jobs that people do under capitalism can be plausibly classified as techne. I wouldn't say out of the box definitively no, but I would raise this as a potential issue with trying to call a lot of these jobs techne.
Right. Yeah, and that's where in the question concerning technology, Heidegger is going to get at the distinction between harnessing the powers of the river versus like exploiting the river so that it doesn't get to do its thing anymore. Like we're talking about seizing versus harnessing. Like with industrialization, there becomes this qualitative shift to where everything is extraction oriented.
Yeah, and there's some of the value form in this. I mean, the techne is about bringing the good into the world, right? Your way of doing that. So if you're a blacksmith, you make good swords. You think about what is the best sword, and then you look at what you've got, what you're able to do, and you try to make the best swords that you can, consistent with the need for swords and all of the rest of it. So sometimes you have to pragmatize a little bit and make more swords that are lower quality than you'd like, but you have at least this image of an ideal sword. And if you aren't worried about money, if you're quite wealthy and you've just taken up smithing as a craft, right? You're not using it to make a living. You're not using it simply to equip an army, but you've just taken it up as an art. You could then make incredibly beautiful swords that would have this tremendous kind of value to them that would not be just reducible to their use. And then in the course of doing that, you would each time you make a sword, you would think about what it is that a sword is, what is it for, how is it good, what does it mean for it to be good, and each making of the sword would be a meditative act in which you deal with and try to grapple with this thing. You see some of this. There's a film called The Outfit about a tailor who makes suits. And the film has got a bunch of action stuff in it to kind of flesh it out and make it popular. But the thing that I really find intriguing about that film is the attitude that the tailor has to his suits. How a suit, each time he makes a suit for a customer, he wants it to be the best possible kind of suit that he can make. And he has to accept each time that the suit will be flawed and will fall short of his vision of what it should be. Nevertheless, he has to give up, give the suit to the customer, and then the next time somebody comes in, try again with a new suit. And there's a certain level of pragmatizing there because it's a business, it has to make money. But there's also some space for this artisanal aspect, for this techne aspect. And in capitalism, where you aren't able to think about what it is that you're making and what does it mean for it to be good or what does it mean for it to even be useful, you are just making a small contribution to something much larger than you, something given to you by someone else that you've had no opportunity to think about. Is this actually what I believe is valuable or good to do? If anything, those kinds of thoughts are a hindrance to you and have to be in some way turned off or silenced, right? Developers in particular who are being told, program something which does this thing in these coding languages, are quite literally developing somebody else's thing. So in doing that, there's very limited opportunity, especially you're operating in a programming language that's already a given in most cases, and you are working within the constraints of hardware that someone has given you. So there's very limited scope for creative expression. That's not to say that there's none, especially at the upper end in that profession, but it's difficult. And there are a lot of people in coding and in developing who are doing jobs that we would not think of as offering much opportunity for creative expression.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I almost think that creative expression, because of many ways that term gets used, especially within a STEM-driven schooling system where nobody has school A, I just want to bring it back to the good. Your orientation to the good and trying to make something that it's beautiful and that is like the best, or at least meets a certain kind of standard of use value and beauty for people.
Yeah, not just a cunning solution to a problem given to you by someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, and the questions concerning technology he brings in the different kinds of causality that Aristotle talks about, and I think he's thinking about like a new kind of causality, but it's almost, he talks about the idea of the chalice before the chalice is molded, right? And so that's what we're talking about with the ideal, the best. You've got like this, there is like what the chalice is supposed to be, and the point is that's been replaced by MCM prime. That's been replaced by the law of value. That's been replaced by that equal sign, right? That's where exchange supersedes use, right? And that's one thing when it's like you're there in your workshop thinking, yes, now I have to prioritize exchange value and constantly seek ways to lower socially necessary labor time so I can squeeze out some more surplus value, right? And so you're in that situation, but you still have some shred of, dignity and ownership over the process. And what you've just described is none. You get none. You're designated the best, the brightest, the smartest, or at least they tell you that, so that you'll take pride in being a little developer. And then you'll never get to know what autonomy is like. You'll never get to know what creativity is. You'll never get to know ludus. You'll never get to know I mean, any of these other modes that we were talking about a couple days ago. So yeah, this is Ramaswamy, my man. No wonder everybody wanted to talk about this, except that I just can't imagine that most of the discourse was very good on this, right? So what were people saying?
Oh no.
You know,
It was
what is
horrible
the
in so many different ways. The thing that fascinated me about it was all the different ways in which it was horrible. There were so many. I mean, for one, of course, you've got people who just reacted to it with racist, anti-Indian sentiment, of which there were a fair number of people who did that. And then you had people who tried to make the argument that Ramaswamy was just talking about white people the way white people talk about black people. And so they tried to racialize it in that way. That was the other way of racializing it.
stupid?
Oh, yeah. So stupid.
Stupid. I
So,
get
yeah,
the
then you
Indian
have the-
thing. I get the Indian thing, but come on, why we gotta bring in white people? I'm just joking.
Then you've got the people who treated this mainly in terms of education reform. So Ross Douthat, the columnist for the New York Times, for instance, did a whole thread about what he described as the jock-nerd dialectic, arguing that American excellence is really driven by a dialectic between jocks and nerds, using astronauts as the kind of image of what it is that Americanness is. It's this synthesis of the jockey athlete with the person who's good at math. And he argued there's also a role for people in the humanities and for the freaks who go to the mall. That's part of what makes America great, too. It's a synthesis of things. It's a pluralism of talents and skills. So you had that going on.
And so it's a Fichtean dialectics. Let's, so it's okay, sure.
Yeah. Then you've got the people who were discussing it purely in terms of H-1B. So you had a bunch of attempts to try to get at who is actually being let in through H-1B. And whether it's the people that they say are being let in. So you had that going on. Then you had arguments that were in terms of just nationalism and the idea that, even supposing that he's right and Americans are less skilled, why would you want to, if you're an American who is already less skilled, allow more competition into your labor market? Won't that just hurt you? Why should a Republican voter vote not to be protected from that kind of competition? Some people arguing that this kind of protection is what the Trump campaign was all about, and that this is a betrayal in some way of the base, of the supporters.
That's what I was seeing some of.
You had that going on a lot.
I saw at least a couple of people talk about that, yeah. And I remember just thinking, like, they really thought, like, oh yeah, Trumpism 2024, it's gonna be so good. They were like all so stoked, and I was watching how put out over this they were. I remember just being like,
but then
I don't know what you guys were hoping for.
Involved with it. Elon Musk personally,
did he?
And
back
he had
it
a
up?
very
Did he
difficult
retweet
time
it?
with this. Oh, not only did he back it up, but he got into a series of beefs with people, public beefs, in which he became extremely upset. So, for instance, one of his tweets reads,
You want to share
"The reason I'm in America." Oh yeah, I'll share it. That's a good idea. Let me do that.
What's up, chat?
I'll
Ishizu
share
says, Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah. Wasn't that a TV show or a movie?
Yeah, that's an old movie. Yeah. Here we are. Okay. So it says, the reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend.
I like the fuck yourself in the face. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I I just haven't heard anybody say that in a long time. But 14 million views. Yeah, I wonder what Trump's doing with all of this, because I imagine that he's got people real mad at him right now, like trying to get him to rebuke or somehow distance himself from Musk or Ramaswamy. Because those are the two who are in charge of Doge or whatever, right? Department
Yeah.
of.
So Trump immediately backed the H-1B program publicly.
Okay.
So I have the New York Post piece which reported that. He said, I have always liked the visas. I have always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I have used it many times. It's a great program.
What's the picture? I want to see the picture. Oh, never
Oh, the
mind.
picture?
Yeah, it looked like it was Trump and Musk. But
Yeah, that's a picture of Trump with Musk.
I'm just always curious of like what kinds of pictures they show. You know what I mean? Because like,
oh yeah, I can show you.
You often know the slant of the article by what picture they use.
Oh yes. Well, this being the New York Post.
Oh, they look cool. Yeah, they look cool in this one. Very cool guys. Very serious. They definitely stand on business.
Trump backing him up. Behind him, backing him up.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess well, I have a thing I want to say still, but I also want to what were you about to say something? I feel like you might have been going somewhere with this. So I don't want to
I just want to say that the people who thought that the Trump administration was going to wildly change immigration policy, wildly change trade policy. Come on, who are you kidding? Who are you kidding?
These people don't watch YLF, so there's no point. Nobody watches it except for the people who get it. So,
well, you might have people in your life, and those people in your life are going to be disappointed, I think, over the course of this year if they follow the issue. And there will also be a temptation to not follow the issue. One of the things that they'll do when they don't reform this program, if they don't reform it, will be to try to get other issues in the news. One of the things that was a real own goal by them is to tweet about this and get that level of attention on the fact that they have no intention of reforming that program and view that program as essential. Ramaswamy and Musk had relatively good favorables when they were not nominated for Doge. I don't know if it's nominated or appointed. I'm not sure if that's a Senate confirmation or not. I have to look into that.
Okay.
But, their favorability numbers were relatively good. So we'll see if the Republican base continues to support them and to what degree, and whether this whole Doge thing will continue to enjoy the same level of support it's previously had. Because there's nothing that compelled them to start a public conversation about that. There was no reason that Ramaswamy and Musk needed to post a bunch in public. Usually when rich people want to influence government policy in a way that they know will alienate a part of the base, they do it quietly. And they get the media conversation on other stuff so that there isn't a whole lot of attention given over to it, except by the very, very committed people or the people who are directly affected. Developers have been complaining about H-1B for a long time, but they've never had this level of public attention on that. And the only reason they do is because Ramaswamy and Musk decided to tweet about it. Now, it's possible that maybe there was an actual plan in tweeting about it, which was to demonstrate to the Republican establishment and to the financial sector that they are not going to do the things that their base wants them to do, and to make a point of saying that publicly in a showy way, that they can to demonstrate that they can fight their base, that they're willing to take their base on and challenge the base on the issues that matter to very wealthy sectoral interest groups. That's also possible. Another thing I noticed is that J.D. Vance was very quiet about all of it. J.D. Vance
Mm.
just posted something very, innocuous and banal about, America's not just an idea. He said it's a nation. It's a set of people with a common destiny, which can be read as a gentle rebuke of the
Yeah.
pro-immigration people, but it's not any kind of direct intervention. There's no aggro. It doesn't kick off anything. And in J.D. Vance's case, I think it's a win for him because it weakens the position of Ramaswamy and Musk with the base of the party. And it leaves him in a stronger position relative to them in terms of popularity with the base. I don't think that Vance is expecting to be able to do a lot of the things he might be interested in doing. And I say might because I'm not sure if he really is. But
Yeah.
one thing that is clear is that the base will believe that Vance is more credible and more likely to actually do the things they want to see than Ramaswamy or Musk. And in something like a 2028, that may be
We
consequential.
we might see them all facing off, yeah. Interesting. And so, Vance is presumably a little bit more trad, a little bit more populist, whereas Musk and Ramaswamy are presumably a little bit more tech than trad. Except that no, come on, Musk is all about like natalism too. So I don't know about these ways of carving it up. But there
I
seems to
would
be
think
some
instead of
kind of a debate.
trad, NatCon. Yeah, it's really a
NatCon?
question of nationalism or protectionism or immigration restraints rather
Okay.
than trad, because some of the tech people are spiritual and Christian and religious. It's not necessarily about religion. It's about nationalism specifically. There are a lot of religious conservative Republicans who are potentially willing to ally with free trade libertarian types.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
Religiosity in the Republican Party can go either direction. The
Right.
nationalists and the tech libertarians are opposed, but the Christians can break multiple different ways. And as their position within the party has declined a bit, they may be able to exploit tensions and try to leverage concessions out of one side, the other, or both. Because the things that the Christian Republicans care about and prioritize are a little bit different than the things that are most important to either the the nationalists or the libertarian tech guys.
So those are the major splits as you see them in the US.
Yeah, libertarians, nationalists, and the Christians.
Yeah, I'm interested in like if the way that Nina was articulating it is more of an online right phenomenon or if it's more of a England
Yeah,
thing.
the UK right is a little different. It doesn't
Yeah.
have the same level of religious connection, to actual institutions, to discrete things that have existed for a long time. In the UK, religiosity is, if anything, a kind of maybe new way of trying to recode stuff, trying to bring back in the sacred or bring back in a connection to nature. And it's less overtly Christian because of the relative decline of the Anglican Church has really struggled to generate a lot of religious commitment, and British Anglicans are more progressive on a lot of social issues. And because the Church of England has institutional support from the state, and other churches in the UK do not have the same kind of institutional backing, there is a Church of England.
Mm.
Other churches in the UK, while they do exist, have a less developed position. You have a much less robust marketplace of churches than you do in the States. So it is a very different environment in which um, to wade in on that stuff.
Weird Solowski in the chat asked for a Venn diagram of this. And I want to say, Solowski, what I think I want to do is a sequel to the episode on What's Right with Nina, where we bring in Benjamin and we get his sort of constituent contradictions of the right today. At that point, I'll map it out on the whiteboard. I'll switch cameras in this room, and then after we've had time to digest those 2 episodes, we'll bring you and Nina both back, and we can all talk about your 2 different approaches to thinking about it. So the thing that I was sitting on ever since my initial reaction is basically something I brought up in a previous episode about elite populism versus populist elitism. And what I want to say about Ramaswamy's tweet is that it's not elitist enough. It's not elitist enough. I believe in the human good. I believe in human excellence. I believe in genuine struggle. I believe in real achievements. I believe in human value as real value. And I believe time energy is necessary for all of these things, and that everything beautiful and amazing that's ever come out of science, technology, engineering, or math, much less the arts, came out of human beings who had their skole being able to pursue the good, the beautiful, and the true. And this little fucking lie that we're being sold that this public schooling system is about anything related to education is despicable. And that the teachers who are fighting against the coercive tendencies of this inhumane system to try to give their children in their classrooms something to live for are real heroes in a lot of cases, and my heart goes out to them. But I feel the same way about cops. In fact, I'd say I feel more sympathetic to cops than teachers, because teachers have more sympathy from our culture than cops. And so cops and teachers are both doing the exact same thing. The teachers are just more in your head about it. They'll ritually shame you in front of in a classroom full of your peers, right? Like the grading system is an extremely inhumane system. Metrics are important. Metrics are important. That has nothing to do with metrics, though. This has to do with taking people and forcing them into the most inhumane conditions for the overwhelming majority of the most important years of their life, and trying to make them all basically think that they're the same, while at the same time showing, well, some people are just made of something a little bit better, and therefore they deserve this 6-figure salary. And you couldn't sit at the front of the class and pay attention all the whole time, and so you're just going to have a shitty life, and that's just the way it is. Don't be like this guy. Look at him. He's fidgety in class, so we're going to dose him up with drugs because we're going to make a good little soldier out of him. And that's what they will do. If you can't get a good job, they'll put you into the mercenary force, and you'll go die in wars. And it's a terrible thing. And all I'm saying is that a genuine elitism would be a popular elitism. It's one that says, you know what? People, human beings, have dignity, and people putting their talent, their interests, their relationships first would be the condition of that, of honoring that dignity. And when we do that, we're able to raise standards on ourselves. We're able to have tutelage. We're able to have institutions that are structured to give us the time, energy, and tutelage, and so that we can actually discover and cultivate our talent. And discovering and cultivating your talent means discovering ideals to strive towards, to raise yourself up towards, to deworm yourself, to become less of just whatever the fuck you take yourself to be when you're doing nothing, and to actually strive to become something. And I'm just saying Ramaswamy hasn't. And I'm just saying that these developers he has in mind haven't. And I'm just saying that he's correct, that we are a country of mediocrity. We're also a country of innovators and inventors and sacrificers and amazing people. And we have, I mean, America produces amazing fucking people. It just also produces a hell of a lot of mediocrity and toxic garbage that we become addicted to. And so popular elitism is elitism on behalf of the populace. It's a way of saying, you know what, we can be great. We just need to have the conditions of possibility secured to allow that greatness in us to be cultivated, instead of elite populism, which is, I think, exactly what is being debated. Basically, Vance versus Musk. I mean, this is Ramaswamy. This is they're trying to figure out how to be elite populists, and they're just trying to navigate that. And there's we'll say something that's a little spicy, like people are lazy, people need to try harder, people need to tell their kids to stop chilling and go get them, tiger. And it's like, yeah, cool. Except your little binary between chilling and getting after it is bullshit on both ends. It's the workaholic versus the jack off. It's garbage. The whole thing is garbage. And it's not genuinely elite. It doesn't genuinely raise standards on ourselves. It doesn't do that.
Yeah, it requires a very different way of thinking about what does it mean to actually realize human potential. And to say, hey, you can't do any kind of mass, popular, anything on the basis of valorizing stuff that falls beneath that standard. That doesn't mean that everybody's garbage. It means that everybody needs the conditions that enable them to reach that standard or at least get as far as they can go, however far that might be. And there's no interest on the part of any of these people in helping people to do that. They don't care about that at all. They're having a discussion about, hey, you want to compete for an opportunity to get 6 figures from me or my company? Here's what I want from you before I'll give you that money. And what they want from you is just what is instrumentally useful to them. It has nothing to do with developing you or making you great or excellent. It has nothing to do with the good or your good, and everything to do with what enables them to make as much money as possible in the shortest span of time. And that's true whether they take immigrants to do it or whether they modify the education system so that they can take you to do it. Because what is it that they're asking you to do? Nothing any good.
No special person said, I don't know, or said, okay, Dave, but have you considered this? We could just give the children meth. It's true. They do this. My parents had to fight tooth and nail to keep me from ending up on Ritalin at the time when that's what they were giving kids. And that's why they told me as a little kid. That's why they told me I had to be homeschooled, because they're like, you'll be put on Ritalin. And then like I'd play with neighbor kids and they'd be like, why aren't you in school? And I'd be like, they put me on Ritalin. And then they're like, you're wrong. Your parents are abusing you. They should not be homeschooling you. Like this was like the kind of thing I was experiencing as a little kid in California. Because our neighbors were like progressives who were like, what the hell are they doing to you? And, I've got a lot of critiques of the homeschooling movement, though it's something that produces pluralities of singularities. And so it's very hard to judge it in total. But for anybody curious, it is in the Time Energy book. I get into homeschooling and my critiques of it. But with that said, no, it's I do feel personally very lucky to have been kept off of it. The Ritalin or whatever. Anyway, so with that said, I kind of want to not go on to the other topics that we had. Maybe tarry on this just like a little bit more and then close it out, because there's going to be good reason to come back very shortly. And everybody, by the way, just so you all know, Benjamin will be traveling a lot over the next few months, but we have figured it out, and we will basically have an actual streaming schedule here at Theory Underground for the first time ever. So if you think that we've been doing great, well, just imagine if we had some kind of a schedule. We've kind of kept it going. Mondays and Fridays were sort of our idea of when we would generally stream, but it's going to be a lot more regular. And so I'm really looking forward to that. And hopefully soon we'll have a workflow for where things go up and when and how, and I won't be sitting here with like 3 external hard drives and 2 cloud accounts and stuff on all of it and trying to figure out like, where was that episode? I got that over here and this over here. And I've got 3 computers and 2 of them are broken. And I'm just like, it's always like, oh, just do it yourself. Oh no, pay someone else to do it. And then I'm like, I don't have money. And then I'm like, fine, I'll just pay money I don't have. And then I pay someone money I don't have. And then they don't actually solve the problem. And then I'm like, great. I'm back where I started. That seems to be the loop a lot of the time with these, well, especially with tech.
You know what drives me crazy about these laptops? They're all too thin. And so they all have problems cooling themselves off, and they keep cooking their internal parts and breaking, and the reliability is plummeted. You know who can solve that problem? Not a developer. A computer engineer, a thermal engineer, those are the people who can solve those problems. And until they do solve those problems, everything's going to keep melting down or needing to be industrially cooled in ways which are extraordinarily energy intensive. You want that problem solved. You want green AI. It's going to take a computer engineer and probably some thermal engineers too.
Why do people want skinnier devices? I don't even think this is real. I don't think that that's a thing anymore. It's like, well, because the iPhone was skinny one year and the number went up, then everybody was like, we must be skinnier every year. And it's like, guys, the laptop was fine when it was like the 2010 Lenovo. That was fine. You could have just kept building those and made the parts easily replaceable for us all. You could have just made it so that they had 10 terabytes on them and batteries that last you 2 weeks. But instead they're like, no, must go skinnier.
I'd be totally cool with it if this thing weighed 10 pounds. That would be fine. I don't mind. I could carry a 10-pound computer.
Yeah.
It's good exercise, actually. I'm cool with that.
I'm ready.
Maybe have it not break.
Yeah. No, I was talking to my buddy Chris trying to see, like, could we build me like a laptop desktop where it's like something I carry in my backpack, but technically it's a desktop and I can set it up at the coffee shop. Like, we tried to figure out how to build it for like under $1,500 in a way where it's like I would be able to do editing at the coffee shop and I would be able to, no. The answer is no. It's not. It would have been a lot more expensive. You could pull it off, but it would be way more expensive. And at that point, we're talking about some uber elite boutique. What do they call it? It's the Starship Enterprise. Oh, enterprise tier kind of technology. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. That'd be nice.
Yeah, right now, if you're willing to commit to a desktop, then you can actually have a computer that's reliable and good. But if you want something you can move ever, then it's not going to be so fun.
Yeah, Oso in the chat said the thing about planned obsolescence that must be said, which is if they're skinnier, they're more likely to break, and then you have to buy a new one. Yeah. Conspicuous consumption. Yeah, the Chromebook's a perfect example. It's like so skinny, and it can't do almost anything except for surf the internet. So it's like basically useless for creators of any stripe. I mean, you might be able to do a little triangle of essentialism on Paint. You might be able to do that. Yeah.
When the tablets came out, I said, oh, this is what we want. Something that's too fat to fit in your pocket and you can't do any real work on it. That's going to solve so many problems. And the astounding thing is, it is what everybody wanted. Because now they're all over the place. And it's very difficult to get a decent computer that you can do work on and move again. It's like we're in the year 2000. Remember back in the early 2000s when you had these huge desktops and there was nothing that a laptop could do relative to that? The laptops were just horrible. And if you wanted to do real computing, you needed a huge, huge mammoth.
I didn't ever have a laptop in my life back then, but my dad worked for Sears as a as an appliance repairman. He'd fix your washing machine and stuff. And he had one of those. Yeah. Like, they all had those, I think. Like the yeah, I don't know, whatever laptops were back then. I just remember kind of seeing them. I never got to use them.
When I was 11, 12, the desktop in your room was like having a car. It was like being one of the cool kids with a car. And back then it was the bigger it is, the more it's going to be able to do. Just get this huge, and they used to make them really big because it used to be that was cool. It was cool to just have a really huge one because if it was really huge, then it would be able to do all kinds of things. So I remember when I was 14 getting the biggest computer I ever got in my life. I've never even seen a computer sold to ordinary people that's as big as this thing that I got when I was 14. And my dad could, barely get it up the stairs. And it
Yeah.
required a team of people to move. And
Oh
I
my
just thought,
gosh.
oh, it was huge. It was huge. And it was so powerful for its time. And then I ran that thing for more than 10 years because it was so souped up relative to 2007 that it was good until the mid tens, that sucker.
Nice.
Ah,
Nice. Yeah, what I don't know anything about computers, but I have been working on them for a long time, and my buddy Chris taught me everything I know, and he salvages parts from the trash basically. That people institutions drop off their old computers at the urban mining depot, and then he gets to see what can be salvaged versus what gets scrapped. And then when he salvages, he has to fix them. And so I've done a little work with him. He's built me like 7 laptops over the last 10 years. They're always the old Lenovo's that are so much better than like when I had like when I was a student and I had some student debt like money that I was like, you know what, I need a good computer because I'm going to be making real videos. Turns out spend $2,000 on a laptop doesn't mean you're going to be able to make videos off of it. You can read the specs. It doesn't mean the specs are going to operate at that level, right? And that's what I found out the hard way. It was very sad. It's like, yeah, no, the old Lenovo did better actually, than that brand new thing from Best Buy. So
yeah, it's like, when my dad was a kid, he used to go, and still as an adult, I mean, he did it his whole life. He would go to scrap yards and pull stuff out of cars and use it to build or replace various things. And now in our generation, it's the computer as opposed
yeah,
to the car that tends to play that role. I still have actually next to my desk, my very, very old desktops from the 90s that I just keep as you could use them as a little bit
no
of
way.
yeah, you can use them as a end table or something. I never power them on, although technically speaking, one could try. But yeah, I've got a Dell Dimension 4100 sitting here. I got, old stuff.
Look at this. I have this
Oh,
computer
wow.
sitting on top of two of it's like the same one. It's just like it's like oh, these are Dells. These aren't the Lenovo's.
Yeah, no, those are Dells.
I've been on the Dell laptop for a while actually. I was on the Lenovo's for like a long time. Anyway, okay, we're just geeking out now, but I guess I also want to say something about look, as far as this dialectic of nerds and jocks goes, and the astronaut as the synthesis, I just wanted to say there's some other kind of synthesis occurring in the underground, and that is obvious because we're all here, and what we're doing is not anything remotely similar to what you would find in any place where the people being described in that dialectic of the jock and the nerd is represented. We're doing something different. I don't know what your thoughts might be on that, Benjamin. Like, have you thought about that much? But like, yeah, how do you apply those kinds of archetypes or stereotypes to kind of what we're doing? I almost feel like they don't apply, but
Yeah, it's this, they're valorizing 80s high school stereotypes as what it is to truly be American or what have you. what we're doing is we're trying to create the conditions of possibility for actually thinking about stuff, which is something almost nobody does, and something that almost no institution tries to do or aims at doing at this stage. Most notably, the university, which at this point has the same goals as the high school to produce compliant workers, just in different fields and with different norms attached.
Yeah. Well, and I guess at a certain level, some people might think there's something inherently nerdy about what we're doing. Of course, because they think that you can't care about the life of the mind unless you're a nerd. Like this, so there's a sort of this presupposition, right? And it's almost because, or at least maybe a part of it is because the schooling system has made it so like, yeah, only a certain kind of person is able to really find a love for a field. Like there's some kind of a sorting mechanism that is pushing most people out. And there is this part of me that is like this nurture over nature. Hey, you know what? If the system was different, more people would love English, more people would love math. Also, more people would love philosophy. There is this part of me that thinks that. But there's also this possibility that maybe most people won't ever want to do those things naturally or whatever that would mean. And that forcing people to do something that's not a wheelhouse that they really want to get into and then punishing them and ritually hazing them for not being very good at that might not be the way. And I mean, most of the people I know are like some kind of high school dropout or something. Like they didn't even go to college. And it's like, that's, in a lot of cases, not a person who was really stupid or just like could not be disciplined or couldn't control themselves. It's also a kind of person in a lot of cases who had dignity and priorities, so like having a child at a younger age or, something happened in the family and like you had to help in some way or, there is some extent of like, well, for some people, I'm not going to name names, but like some of my friends like will report that, they couldn't, they just can't do anything they're being forced to do. That's really what it boils down to. Like they love things. They love to study. They have no interest in being forced to do so in that kind of environment. Right. But the reason, so there's a big gray area between nature and nurture on this question and whether the right conditions would make it so that a lot more people love this kind of stuff or whatever. But what I kind of want to just say is like, I'm always coming out as a staunch defender of the person who says, I don't know, I shouldn't have to. It's not what I care about. I do what I do. I love what I love. And I can think of like my favorite person who will never be on the internet, probably Suzanne, and just like, her talent is nurture. Her talent is love. That's her talent. She's also incredibly funny. And she's also very cool. But her talent is nurture. Her talent is love. And she's not just a good mom and a gas station clerk, in her 50s, and a chain smoker. But she's also like a very spiritual person, and she likes to raise flowers, and she likes to care for the cat, the abandoned cats in the neighborhood, and just do what she can to like make the world a better place. And whenever I don't talk about philosophy stuff in her presence, but she'll always kind of be like, "Oh, you guys with your smart people stuff, I'm just an idiot." And it's like, you're not an idiot. You just had a weird upbringing that forced you through an institution that told you if you're not really good at X, Y, and Z things, you're not a worthy human being, and that nurture is not a real talent worth uplifting.
Yeah, and that you can't treat being great at nurture as a kind of genius, as a kind of genuinely really difficult, really challenging thing that you have to be incredibly brilliant to do well. A big part of why nerds get made fun of there are a couple of reasons. One is that it seems to people that nerds are perverts because it seems to them that they've leaned into the what they're being told to do and developed a weird kind of relationship to it, where they're not thinking for themselves, they're identifying with the people who are telling them what to do. So in psychoanalytic terms, nerds are often coded as perverse in terms of their relationship to authority and to the system. Another
Oh,
reason that nerds tend to get made fun of is that nerds seem to have fetishized facts. They seem to think that knowing facts or knowing lots of things, that they are not in any way connected to serving anybody, and then kind of info dumping is a display of look at the facts I've collected. That this is what it means to be smart. So nerds seem to be in some way fundamentally confused about what it means to be smart, and they seem to be fundamentally confused about their relationship to authority. And these two things combined tend to cause nerds to get made fun of quite heavily. It has nothing to do with being smart or talented. And indeed, non-nerds are often very smart, very talented in all kinds of different areas. The thing that distinguishes these other people is that they look for ways to use their smarts or use their talents to serve others in some form or fashion, ultimately. And therefore, they seem to be community-oriented in a way that nerds and geeks often do not.
And is the geek, the difference is that the nerd does it for a field in the life of the mind, whereas the geek does it for a consumer hobby fandom kind of thing, whether it's Harry Potter, Star Wars, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like it's the same kind of nerdy energy, but it's on some culture product. Is that?
Yeah, I think you've got nerds, you've got geeks, and you've got dorks. So
Okay.
your geek is more specific than a nerd, more focused in on a particular thing. So it's
Okay.
more obsessive.
Okay.
The nerd is more of a generalist, and then the dork is just someone who's very socially stunted and therefore doesn't know how to behave in a way that works.
So like, is the dork like it's like all the negatives of the nerd, but none of the positives?
And the fact that the dork contains the negatives associated with the nerd tells you that there's something missing in the nerd's intelligence if the nerd is making the kinds of mistakes that the dork makes.
Yeah. And the dork and the
Right?
dweeb are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you think that these are categories in terms of distinction developed by nerds to defend themselves, or do you think that
Yes.
these are
Yes. The nerd is considered better than the geek or the dork or the dweeb and uses these claims about further lacks, which they have, to defend their position, framing themselves as intellectually better than, because broader in interest than, or deeper in understanding than these other groups. And these are why do nerds do this? Because nerds become recognition starved. And so then nerds try to dunk on people who seem to have their problems, but worse. And you see a lot of this discussion lately in terms of autism. There's a meme that goes around about I think the Greg and the Fagley. I don't know if you've seen this, but the different kind of
You
levels
can
of
pull it up if you
autism.
want. No.
If
you
I can
can pull it
find
up.
it,
Yeah.
it might take me a minute to find it.
Okay.
It might be the kind of thing where if we ran a commercial break, I could come up with it. But
Okay.
the idea is that there's a kind of high functioning autistic type who really, really dislikes lower functioning autistic types because those lower functioning autistic types remind him of how he can be when he's not on top of himself. And yet at the same time, he tends to befriend some of these types because they allow him to be himself without criticizing his behavior or reproaching him for not being socially on target.
Oh
So he
shit.
tends to befriend people that he despises and therefore also feels embarrassed by his own friends. And yet, because he's able to be himself around these people, is nonetheless drawn into befriending them. In the meme, this high functioning autist is called Greg. The Greg is what he's
Okay.
called.
Okay. Amazing.
It's all based around, I think, Diary of a Wimpy Kid or something like that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because Greg is the protagonist, right?
That's right. Yeah, Greg is framed as he's the high functioning autist, and then these others are lower functioning types that he befriends, but also despises, but also can't do without because he can't be himself around other people. And so it's all about the misery of being a high functioning autistic type and how unpleasant it is because of this constant confrontation with what it is that you could be doing. And this, what distinguishes you is that you're not that bad as opposed to being good in some sense. So it's a very difficult way of relating to yourself.
Now, I know we're just having fun with cultural stereotypes that have been produced by the schooling system in the 80s, but I want to really quickly just ask, I'm genuinely curious. So in this way that the nerd versus geek versus dweeb like sort of thing emerges, do you have an analog for that with the jock? Or is the jock like there's just jocks?
Well, within jocks, there's different types of sports, and there are different stereotypes for the jocks in different sports.
There's like the star quarterback.
Yeah, there's the football jock, the basketball jock. Then you've got, jocks in some of the, track jocks.
Yeah.
Right? If you're an honor student who might also be a little bit of a jock, you might be a cross country athlete.
Like you.
I didn't run cross country. My brother did.
Okay.
My brother was more in that kind of space.
No, you were into team sports.
Yeah, I like team sports.
Yeah.
But I didn't play basketball in high school.
Okay.
In large part because it conflicted with too many other things I also wanted to do by that point. I used to always think that I would play basketball in high school, but I just didn't like taking orders from the coaches to that degree. To me, basketball was more of a pickup. It was more of a free-flowing thing where you make your own norms, there's your own sociability to it. And when it is institutionalized in the way that it necessarily has to be, if it's about getting a college scholarship, which it is for the very serious high school jocks, it is the path to getting into college. And therefore it has to be taken enormously, enormously seriously. And there's all this organization which then comes into it. And this kills what's fun about it.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. It's really sad, actually. I mean, it's bad for the university system because it's a stupid fucking reason for people to be, it's like, oh yeah, that's how you have to get into the university. It's by focusing on something not related to any of the subject matters that are essential to the university. Great. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then a lot of them, a very non-trivial percentage of the jocks get hurt.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And they lose their scholarships when they get hurt. And then they're really, really stuck.
And as we covered in part 2 of Message to a Young Theorist in the Hey Kid, What's the Hurry, they peak at 35. Whereas when it comes to the university stuff, if it's like the real fields at the university,
28.
Oh, they peak at 28?
NBA players peak at around 27, 28 statistically.
God.
Not even 35. 28.
Yeah, I was only looking at NFL star quarterbacks. I wasn't looking at
yeah, they have a later peak
other.
than most jocks. Most jocks by 30 are done. And a lot of them get hurt before they even go to undergrad, right? And then when they get hurt, that's been their whole identity that's been constructed for them. That's what they've been encouraged to identify with. So that's very, very difficult when the jocks hit that kind of wall. So that's a very tough life path in its own ways. And the excellence that's demanded in the sports is every bit as competitive as the excellence that might be demanded in any kind of academic field, arguably more competitive in some of the real signature sports where there's some possibility of going pro and making real money. In those sports, it's so competitive that if you want to be competitive, you have to play enough that you're quite liable to get hurt. So you're put in a situation where you will never be able to compete unless you put yourself at great physical risk. And that's not just in terms of the stuff that we talk about in the culture, like head injuries. It's
Right,
also
right.
tearing your ACL, tearing your MCL, ripping your Achilles, doing things which fundamentally destroy your mobility for the rest of your life, fundamentally limit your ability to move. And then what happens? You spend your whole teenage years where you're becoming an adult, growing into an adult body, eating like you're going to be a college athlete. Then you rip your MCL. And what happens? You keep eating. You're depressed and your body gets completely destroyed. You can't move. You're eating like you're an athlete. You're not an athlete anymore. An enormous number of people end up obese in the country because they are, in some way or other, expired jocks.
Caravaggio says a lot of people working construction get injuries. Don't think we need to worry about professional athletes too much, TBH.
Well, we're mostly talking here about high school kids who are just trying to get college scholarships. And many of them are ripping stuff when they're 16, 17, when this stuff isn't even fully grown in.
Yeah.
Where if they were doing this training a few years later, they might have enough musculature that they wouldn't get hurt quite so quickly.
Yeah.
We're talking about people who often end up in blue collar jobs in part because they have these injuries.
Right. Yeah. Or they got into some legal trouble along their journey, but they were going to end up there. Now they don't end up there. Now they're in construction or whatever. But it's like,
Yeah.
They
get hurt while they're recovering. They get into legal trouble because they become aimless. They're not sure what to do. Their identity is bound up in the training. Don't think that these jocks are all preps. A lot of jocks are not rich prep kids. Now, that's one of the ways in which it's gotten harder, which is that the preppy middle class families have gotten more competitive in terms of sending their kids to the fancy camps, the expensive camps, and that's made it harder. But a lot of the failed jocks are going to be from working class blue collar families, especially because those families, they don't have money to send you to a camp. What they can do is they can have you train harder and longer and maybe with less guidance from people who understand sports training.
Yeah.
And so you get a lot of injuries for working class kids, blue collar kids who don't see any other possible path out of their situations because their parents do not have the money to send them to school. And their only hope is getting some kind of scholarship, and they're not from a school that puts them in a position to succeed academically. So this is the only thing they can do as they see it. Be sympathetic to these guys.
There's part of me that does want to just say, kind of to echo Nance earlier in 2024, he had said something like, I think I was raising hesitations about the Reno Tahoe Odyssey relay race that I ran with Ann and a bunch of other people. And it's just like knees and hips are injuries that are unnecessary that people kind of bring on themselves because their drive gets into running, like in a way that it's like, it's just like, oh, the lifestyle is weird. It's like you're not doing anything, but now you're running, and you're running way more than a person who lives this otherwise pretty chill lifestyle. So it's like this weird dynamic. You're not the people in that book about the native Mexicans who run everywhere on rubber tires. I forget like what the name of that book is. Born to Run. You're not like them. You're not like them. You're a professional and you're running now or whatever. And for me, I'm not even a professional in that kind of sense where it's like I have the background of a life spent running up until this Odyssey. So I was kind of just like freaking out. I was like, yeah, I ran 5 miles and now my knees hurt. And it's not like a muscle pain. What Nance said, what I think is worth echoing, is like anything worth doing is going to potentially bring some injuries. And I want to say, like, while embracing that, I also want to say there's, for me, definitely better things that my drive can hook into. It can't really hook into running. I've tried like 6 times throughout the last 10 years. In reality, like nothing's taken like jujitsu. I love it. And the possibility of somebody hurting me because something goes wrong It's always there. But that's kind of a personal choice, and it feels just different than telling a kid your only real shot at success is to go professional as an athlete. So I think that like people in the chat turning this into we should do oppression Olympics for people who are moving boxes in buildings, and we should care about them more than these PMC asshole athletes. Fuck off. Guys, please raise it to a higher level here. What I'm trying to say is, and I think what Benjamin's getting at, institutions operate on the population. The populations pass through the institutional matrix. The institutions are incentivizing certain things and telling you if you're like this, like that, and like that, then your horizon of possibilities is this. There you go. Now you get after it or you're fucked. And so then you can either get after it or you're fucked. And the chances are getting after it, you're still fucked. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the human population having this weird thing done to it where you're being told because of X, Y, and Z characteristics or capacities, this is your future. And it's not a very good future. And you're being told that it is when it's not. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about like, oh, we should feel bad for this individual as opposed to this other kind of individual, or this class as opposed to this other class. It's about institutions that in reproducing the mode of production, mediate the relations of production by telling people, if you're like this or like that, here's your future. You better love it. If you can't find a way to love it and tell a TED Talk about how this is why your whole life makes sense, is that you're doing this, well then, you don't deserve it. And back to construction. So that's the situation, and it's insane, and it doesn't make any sense. And what we care about are new institutions that can tap different capacities and allow humans to direct themselves in a kind of different way than this, which is an abysmal thing. And it's as bad for the person in construction as it is for the person who's tearing their ACL in college football or whatever, you know. I get it. That was never going to be part of my future, but also that wouldn't have been that person's future either if it wasn't for this specific kind of society that we live in and these institutions that have done everything they can to serve that specific kind of society, which is a valorization of surplus value, et cetera, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And one of the ways the 80s, high school stereotypes are used to keep people divided and weak is by inviting you to identify with one of these groups and against the others.
Yeah, exactly.
You in high school were treated as a member of this group, and these other groups, they got things that you didn't get. And therefore, you're supposed to resent those other groups for what they got. And what are the things that they got? Recognition, attention from the opposite sex, things related to eros and time, things related to recognition and pleasure. You're supposed to be envious of these others who got the things that you didn't get, and you're supposed to have a chip on your shoulder about this, and it's supposed to stick around with you for decades and decades and decades, and you're never supposed to sympathize with anybody who was in different clubs in high school from you. If they were in different clubs, if they did different activities, oh, you're supposed to not like them. And this, of course, came up in the whole Vivek thing, where Vivek was accused by a lot of people on the internet of being bitter about being overlooked as a nerd and having a chip on his shoulder about jocks.
Yeah, guys, I guess as an outsider to the schooling system, not a complete outsider because my parents went through that schooling system, and so they brought a lot of that into the homeschooling dynamic, all the bad parts, none of the good parts. It's a funny story. We'll get into it one day, but for now, God bless their hearts. They tried to save me from something they didn't like, and it made me who I am. I have zero regrets. There's things I'd do differently, but the point is just this. They make you hate each other, and they make you identify with parts of yourself that are fucking stupid and nothing that we should give a shit about. I don't fucking care how tall you are. I don't give a shit what you look like. I just genuinely couldn't give a fuck less, guys. And my point of entry into society and trying to socialize was always with like the dropouts and the mall rats and the kids who had nowhere else to go and were runaways or, you know, in trouble with the law. And I was like a little delinquent myself. And like we just party or try to, you know, we'd pick up homeless people and say, hey, we'll give you some money so you can buy yourself some beer if you'll buy us some beer. And then we'd go up in the mountains and we'd drink it to try to feel less bad about not having good relationships or futures. And so it's like, you know, like the basket of deplorables, the island of rejected animals or whatever the hell, you know, kind of like thing that a lot of people come into, especially the left, but just the internet in general, from is something that's very relatable for me. But I never identified with this like the weird hyperfixations on various superficial characteristics that people take so far. And maybe it's, you know, one of the little privileges that I have from all of this is like just being able to see like, that's not who you are. That's not who you are. If you think that you're a nerd or a jock or a prep or a goth or an emo or a punk or a drama or a theater or a whatever, dude, like, okay, cool. So you found what table you could sit at in the cafeteria. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's weird. It's a weird situation you were in. Most human beings throughout the overwhelming majority of human history did not get age segregated in a coerced institution that was like from early morning until like pretty much your entire day, especially if you had homework. Like the whole structure of the thing is very unique to our times, and it came about for a very specific reason at the turn of the century, last century. You know, it was instituted by the progressives who were trying to break the working class movement. And it was a bait and switch because it was in part a half answer to a demand being made by workers, a demand where workers said, hey, our kids should be allowed to go to school. And in fact, they should be able to read. God damn it. They shouldn't be forced to work. And instead, what we got was this thing called public education, which is about making most people into nothing but workers. And the father of progressivism, Woodrow Wilson, said literally that when he was the president of Harvard in like 1907. He said, we want two classes of people, one of necessity much larger than the other. And the larger class of people it can't be philosophers, it can't be artists, it can't be scientists. It needs to just be people that take orders. Like, he was very blunt about it at the time, because there was a time when progressives were coming in between capital and labor, and they were selling themselves to capital and doing it like conspiracy theorists. They were acting like they could pull strings and make society be whatever way they wanted it to be. And they were basically like, if you read Bernays, if you read Frederick Winslow Taylor, if you read even W.E.B. Du Bois in The Talented Tenth, they're all selling themselves to capital. And they're selling themselves as the special kind of person who's able to make the 90% work with the top 10%. And they, of course, belong to the top 10%, as long as the 1% can give them their six-figure salary and maybe a share of the ownership, which actually happens now with the PMC. So that whenever I say PMC, I'm talking about this historic movement that was used to break labor organization and the conditions of possibility for labor organizing in the previous century to render that obsolete.
Yes, the people who said to the workers, vote for us and we'll raise you up, and who said to capital, vote for us and we'll keep them down.
Pay us, we're cheaper than the Pinkertons, and the Pinkertons actually make people revolt, right? Like, if you're paying mercenaries to come and break strikes, so it gives people something to fight against, and it makes blue-collar people seethe in anger and unify. As you know, like in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where I'm from, I think this was like 50 years ago or something. Like, yeah, the cops came and shot miners that were striking, and then the miners like snuck into the mine and dropped dynamite down the shafts and killed some of the guards in doing so. Like, shit was crazy. It's like, that's very expensive, unpredictable, and you're dealing with rage on the part of people who have very little to lose, and then they unify because they were all so angry. versus take the advanced workers and replace them with college educated people and don't have advanced workers ever again. Easy. That's the solution. That's what they did. That's literally what they did. Advanced workers were people who knew how to do everything in the operation. Those people don't exist anymore. That's been replaced by a different kind of knowledge. And that kind of knowledge is something that only a certain kind of specialist has a certain kind of relation to. And it's not that kind of techne that we were talking about at the beginning. So we got to cut this out. We got to close this thing down. I want to give you the floor here to kind of say your closing thoughts. I'll just say, everybody, this has been a lot of fun, lots to think about. This is the episode on Ramaswamy and the H-1B, but also nerds and jocks and the weird antagonisms and doubling downs on identity that people do as a product of the thing called the schooling system. But I don't see it that way because that's taking it out of its context, which I just laid out in historical, material, political, economic terms, which also cannot be thought outside of its relation to the prison and the other kinds of institutions that are used to actually make the schooling system work as it does, right? The being sent to the principal's office or some kind of corrective measure that happens within the schooling system is just a kind of way of indicating, hey, there's this thing called prison in society. You really might be headed in that direction. So there's a way that all these institutions are always already working together. And field analysis is never just about like, oh, some people want to be popular or they want to be rich or famous. And so they're looking inside of an institution and trying to better their situation. No, we're talking about something that goes as deep as your fucking hatred of jocks. We're talking about something that goes as deep as your fucking hatred of nerds. We're talking about something that goes or dweebs. No one hates nerds. And at Theory Underground, we are nerds' best friends. But these are dumb categories. That's the point. They're dumb categories. The music that you loved in high school is fucking stupid too. I don't give a shit. I love it all. I hate it all. It's just all a waste of time, guys. The music I loved, the music that saved my life at a very crucial stage, it's just bullshit. Everybody will tune into something. Everyone will find something to relate to. And then they'll hold on to it and think it makes them special and everyone else not. And it's just dumb. The whole thing is stupid, but it's in us anyway. And just because Derrida didn't write a fat book deconstructing it doesn't mean it doesn't need to be deconstructed.
This is one of the things I love about Dave, being able to look at the schooling system from, to some degree, outside of it. Because even insofar as these critiques might be understood by you intellectually, if you went through the thing, it's still in you. When you go through these systems, they stay in you. And even if you learn to critique them and deconstruct them and point out how they're reified and they've been naturalized, it doesn't get you out. It doesn't get you out of the structure, and it doesn't get you out of the way that you have been habited to think. What does get you out, insofar as you can get out, are new institutions, new ways of living, new ways of structuring your day. If you act differently, over time you become a different kind of person. The thing is, most of the time when you're told to act differently, people just say, do better, do something else, get good, buy this, buy that. To actually construct an environment where it really is possible, indeed not just possible, but inevitable and necessary that you do act differently, you have to really get to know yourself and people in general and what kinds of circumstances bring out the very, very best in yourself and in others. And that's a difficult project, and it requires real thinking, real theorizing. And that's what we're all about at Theory Underground.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good one. If you want to get involved with all the courses, including Benjamin's Political Theory 101 in 12 thinkers over the course of the next 12 months, and the 12 fundamental concepts, problems, and questions at Theory Underground over the course of the next 12 months, and Nina Powers' Philosophy of Nature over the course of the next 12 months, and get access to Mikey's Intro to Zizek and Intro to Land, the foundation of the fault line theory, which will come with Also his seminars, my seminars, Benjamin's seminars, access to supervisions if you're at the higher tiers for both speech and writing. Well, guess what? There's a great way to do that. And in doing so, you'll actually free Mikey and all of us to do more of what we love. Well, theoryunderground.com/subscribe. Get on it. Get involved. This is literally the week when you would do that. Like, there's not another week in the year when you're likely to do that, and it's the best time to do that. So, you know best, and maybe it's something that I don't, but I'm just saying, speaking in terms of averages, now's the time. Catch y'all on the flip
It's all
side.
popping off in January.
And I will be kicking off the first lecture of the year. Yeah, on Sunday. See y'all there. Peace. You can support the free and public work at TU by becoming a patron over at Patreon.
But if you would like to get involved and become a member at Theory Underground so that you can listen to special content that is not accessible to anyone else, or if you go up a subscriber level, actually join in the discussions, or at the top level, have us actually read your work, giving constructive feedback and ultimately paving a way to potentially being a part of what we call the turn, then you'll want to become a subscriber. That's how you will access the ongoing courses and seminars. We've brought together Benjamin Studebaker's experience in political theory and science and philosophy with my critical social theory, phenomenology, existentialism, critique of political economy, critical media theory approach, combined with Michael Downes's fault line theory. The CCRU versus Ljubljana School, or Žižek versus Land. And of course, how he brings those against one another and then transcends them through other thinkers like Baudrillard, who he'll be teaching an intro course to in 2025. All of us are teaching stuff in 2025 that rhymes or argues or goes together. And so the best way to accelerate your development getting into theory right now is to just become a subscriber at TU. Just go to the website, click get involved, and look, what I'm about to play for you all is a really special moment from our documentary that we're working on, an interview where Benjamin explains why he's supporting Theory Underground and getting involved as a active member here at the core of the teaching team.
Yeah. So the thing that I notice is that a lot of people criticize the university. They criticize the left. They don't build an alternative institution. They will go, the university sucks. But you know what's great? Substack and Patreon and YouTube. And they'll lean into that. But that is a negation, right? You guys don't do that. You guys are interested in sublating the university within the newly emergent media. Or you could frame it the other way, sublating the newly emergent media within the university, right? And so this, of course, will ultimately lead, if you take it where it goes, to a question of institutions and having actual economic, social role possibilities for theorists. This is the critical crisis, which is that there are still some very bright, very well-educated people, but they are not able to replace themselves. And because most of them have university positions, their level of interest in replacing themselves is to some degree compromised.
Yeah.
They don't have to worry that much about themselves. They don't have that much stake in it because they're already set up. However, because you aren't in the underground, you have some potential of being able to actually create an institution or structure which makes it possible for people to do theory in the future. This is something that, as far as I can tell, only you are doing. The thing about freeing Mikey from wage labor, this idea not only that your channel would free you from the Amazon job, but that this could grow in such a way that it could provide spaces for multiple people, and then those multiple people could interact in the way that they would in a monastery or in a university department. This is the revolutionary idea in terms of raising consciousness and making it possible for us to think in such a way that we could return even to the horizons of the tens and talking about things like Medicare for all in a not stupid, not bullshit way, in a serious way. To get to that point, we need to raise our level of ability to think. We need new intellectuals in our generation that are real intellectuals and not people who are running around scared of what the DSA or their university department thinks of them. You have the potential to actually make a real material intervention into not just knowledge production, but in Bildung, into the making of people. This is something that we can do. There's a window right now where I am not in the university, and so I have a real reason to think very seriously about, can we do something else? Because I'm annoyed, myself with the whole process of trying to be in that. And I would like there to be something else, something better. I have all my critiques of it that come in part from being at Cambridge, in part from studying ancient thinkers. We could do something better than it. Not just something that is an imitation or steals some things from it and does the best you can with it, but something that actually is better and that produces the kind of theory that in modernity, how do you make a Hegel? How do you make a Marx? We have to reinvent this. It's no longer possible to do that. We've got to, I think, actually institutionalize in a material way, and this is the sense in which I will uphold the kernel of materialism, actually giving a shit about the structure and what kind of structure is necessary to give rise to a form of life in which this kind of really, really good work can be produced.